Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories. Chapter 39. So you agree then? The sound of laughter and joking suddenly fell silent. The entire group of people together went upstairs. Thinking this was a party of the bosses, Cao Can and Cao Nia originally did not intend to go upstairs. Unexpectedly, they were called back by Nghi Tu Duan. Come eat together, aren't you too hungry? Both were dumbfounded for a moment. No one expected that they themselves could sit and eat at the same table with everyone, momentarily flustered. No need, we waiting down here would be fine. Cao Can continuously waved his hand, refusing. Just at that moment, behind them, a voice rang out. Go upstairs, Miss Nghi is treating guests. Zhou Can Wu's cold face was without any emotion. He turned his head to look towards Tan Du, who was still silent until now. You go up too. The three men who had always lived in the shadow of others were all stunned at this moment. Tan Du, who had always been calm and steady, at this moment also could not avoid the feeling of being favored mixed with panic. This is not very appropriate. There is nothing that is not appropriate. Nghi Tu Duan stopped in the middle of the stairs. Hearing someone call from upstairs, she immediately quickly waved her hand. Come up, do I really have to go down to invite you all in person? As soon as the words left her mouth, the three men simultaneously rushed up the stairs, joy clearly evident on their faces. Nghi Tu Duan waited for Zhou Can Wu to come up, then continued walking with him. Her hand rested on the ice-cold railing. The man looked up and saw the wound from the freezing cold on the back of her hand, in his heart a momentary pang of distress. Does it hurt? He stood one step lower, but was still half a head taller than her. He lowered his eyes, staring at her hand, his gaze full of pity. Seeing his gaze, Nghi Tu Duan gently pulled her hand into her sleeve. It doesn't hurt anymore. He still frowned, his eyebrows slightly knitted. She reached out and pulled his sleeve. Let's go, everyone is hungry already. The two of them, one in front, one behind, entered the private room. Everyone was already seated around the table, with 3 empty seats remaining. 2 seats were next to each other, and 1 seat was between Ta Pi Tri and Zhang Man Na, clearly meant for Nghi Tu Duan. Cao Can and Cao Nia were already sitting next to Ta Pi Tri, while Tan Du did not dare to casually pick a seat. When the two of them entered, Tan Du intended to walk towards the empty seat between Zhang Man Na and Ta Pi Tri, but before her foot could even take a step, she heard Zhang Man Na call out. Tu Duan, come sit with me. Her eyes sparkling, she enthusiastically waved Nghi Tu Duan closer. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head to look at Tan Du. You sit here. It was just a meal, she didn't care about such trivial details. She frankly walked in, and sat down next to Zhang Man Na. This meal proceeded quite normally. Cao Can and Cao Nia were the 2 happiest eaters. Because they had never before tasted such expensive dishes, and with someone inviting, they naturally ate their fill without the slightest hesitation. Most people did not talk much. Throughout the meal, only Zhang Man Na and Nghi Tu Duan were talking and laughing, while the others occasionally contributed a few words to the conversation. Only one person did not say a single word from beginning to end. Nghi Tu Duan noticed that Tam Jai Li's mood seemed not good, so she took the opportunity to put down her bowl and chopsticks, her gaze directed towards her. Jai Li. Tam Jai Li looked up at her. Will you come with me to the restroom for a moment? She had just finished speaking and had not yet received a reply when Zhang Man Na quickly put down her chopsticks first. You want to go to the restroom, darling? Let me go with you. Seeing someone cut in, Tam Jai Li disappointedly lowered her head again. Even Nghi Tu Duan didn't have time to react, so she had to go out of the room with Zhang Man Na. As she walked, she thought, feeling that the atmosphere right now was a little strange. These people were all her friends. She might not be able to spread rain evenly across the fields, but she also didn't want to lose anyone. Thinking this, she decided she would talk to Zhang Man Na. Exiting the restroom, Nghi Tu Duan went to the wash basin. Na. Through the mirror, she saw Zhang Man Na reapplying her makeup. What is it? Zhang Man Na pressed her lips together to reapply lipstick, then turned back to look at her. Nghi Tu Duan took a tissue from beside her to wipe her hands dry. I have something I want to tell you. What is it? Just go ahead and say it. She was still fresh and radiant, not at all affected by yesterday's conversation. Nghi Tu Duan looked deeply into her eyes, softly sighing. Perhaps it's because of me that you have a prejudice against Jai Li. But I want to say, actually Jai Li is a very good person, and also my best friend. Yesterday I lied to you, I'm sorry, I don't want to see the two of you constantly confronting each other like that. Even if you can't be friends, then at least don't be enemies. Oh, that matter. Zhang Man Na showed she didn't mind, curved her lips into a soft smile, then turned her head to continue looking into the mirror. Actually, after going back yesterday, I also thought it through carefully. Previously it was because I was too possessive, that I wanted the best friend beside you to be just me alone. Yesterday after we finished talking, seeing you unhappy, I went back and reflected on myself. You are you, making friends is your right. I shouldn't be so selfish, although I really don't like Tam Jai Li much, but because she is your friend, so I will try to accept it. She turned back to look, her eyes clear without a trace of distracting thoughts. Nghi Tu Duan was moved by that smile. Na. Yesterday I still said such harsh words to you, I'm sorry, Tu Duan. Zhang Man Na stepped forward and took her hand, bowing her head full of remorse. There's nothing to apologize for at all. Nghi Tu Duan gently hugged her, lightly patting her back to reassure her. Everyone has their imperfections, but no matter what, we will still always be good friends. Amicham. Zhang Man Na nodded very strongly in her arms. Having finished speaking, the two people were about to return to their private room. Suddenly, Zhang Man Na called out after them. Oh right, Tu Duan, are you and that Mr. Chu Zanvu really just normal friends? Nghi Tu Duan froze, turned her head to look back, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Hearing this, Zhang Man Na excitedly hooked her arm through hers. Then that's wonderful. If you two are just friends, then can you introduce him to me? He really fits the type I like. Huh. The two sisters returned arm in arm. The entire group had finished eating and drinking and were about to leave. Ta Ap Tri was standing waiting at the door. Little Duan, this afternoon I have to return to Hojiang first, and later I will let Din Din take very good care of you. If anything happens, just call me, don't mind the trouble. I am your older brother, understand? Nghi Tu Duan slightly pursed her lips, gently nodded her head. Alright, I wish everything goes smoothly. Ta Ap Tri reached out his hand, hugged her very gently. Nghi Tu Duan also raised her hand to hug him back, you too. After giving his instructions, Ta Ap Tri hurriedly left. From the time he came to the mainland until now, it seemed he was always surrounded by work, never having a moment of leisure. Although she was not by his side, Nghi Tu Duan still noticed he had become much gaunter. She suddenly wondered how Ta Huan alone staying in Hong Kong was doing. Turning her head back, she unexpectedly caught Chu Zanvu's cold, somber gaze. He didn't say a word, striding away. Tam Jai Li quietly followed after him, not even glancing at her once. Nghi Tu Duan felt a bit strange, but didn't ask anything, just called Din Din to leave the restaurant together. Ta Ap Tri's car had already driven away. Downstairs there were still two cars, one of which was Chao Chan and Chao Nia's car. Everyone gathered downstairs again. Tam Jai Li walked to Chu Zanvu's car, preparing to open the door and get in, when he called her back in a cold voice. You go back with Chao Chan and them. The girl paused, clearly a bit stunned, withdrew her hand feeling disheartened, and unwillingly walked towards the car behind. As the three of them, Nghi Tu Duan, just stepped out, they immediately saw Chu Zanvu's tall figure standing beside the car. Zhang Man Na linked arms with Nghi Tu Duan, intending to ride Chu Zanvu's car with her, but was stopped by Tan Du. "Miss Zhang, you and Miss Din please ride in the car behind us." "Why?" She frowned uncomfortably, glancing back with a look of distaste. "The back is very cramped." "Can't I go with Tu Duan?" Tan Du nodded politely. "Excuse me, Miss Zhang, the Mr. and Miss Nghi have private matters they need to discuss. If you find sitting at the back uncomfortable, I can arrange a separate car to take you back." Zhang Man Na was speechless, still intending to let Nghi Tu Duan speak up for her, but seeing she was still indifferent and had no reaction whatsoever, knowing there was no hope, she could only quietly walk towards the back. Din Din said in a low voice to Nghi Tu Duan. "Sister Tu Duan, I'll head back first." "I just discovered there's a super delicious snack shop near the hotel, wait for you to come back then we'll go buy some to eat with Sister Jai Li, okay?" Nghi Tu Duan laughed and called her a greedy cat. The two of them didn't talk much, quickly parting ways. Chu Zanvu still stood silently beside the car. Seeing she finished talking, he then actively opened the car door for her to get in, waited for her to settle in before closing the door, then walked around to the other side and got into the car. The two cars followed one another, leaving the parking lot, and reaching the intersection, then turned in two different directions. Nghi Tu Duan lowered her head, looking at the stinging red burn on the back of her hand, which was even more pronounced on her white skin. She asked, "Where are we planning to go?" Chu Zanvu did not turn his head, his voice indifferent. "Going to meet the one who harmed you." The car drove for a long time. It seemed they had ascended to a mountain. Looking at the tall, dense trees around them, Nghi Tu Duan anxiously felt uneasy at this silent, gloomy scene. The destination was an abandoned house located halfway up the mountain. The three people together got out of the car. Around the house, there were also several tall, burly men dressed in black standing guard, as if guarding someone. Seeing Chu Zanvu arrive, the doorkeeper actively stepped aside. "Still alive?" His voice was icy cold, making Nghi Tu Duan pause. "Sir had instructed not to take her life." The man replied mechanically, as if human life in their eyes was not worth a cent. "Open the door." An order. The door of the abandoned house was immediately opened. In the gloomy and damp room a light suddenly flared up. The person inside immediately shrieked in panic. "Don't come here. Go away." Nghi Tu Duan followed Chu Zanvu inside, immediately assaulted by the putrid damp moldy smell which made her frown tightly. Waited until she clearly saw the face of the girl inside, only then was she certain this was exactly the person who had lured her to stay on the mountain that night. Her clothes were dirty and disheveled, her hair tangled, no obvious injuries were seen, but her eyes looking at them were full of fear as if she had gone mad. "What's wrong with her?" Nghi Tu Duan asked. The man gave her a face mask, then ordered the light to be turned on. Only then was it clearly seen the room was like a miniature slaughterhouse. Around, hung full of heads and carcasses of animals, rotting bodies made flies swarm all over. The stench was unbearable. Just paying a little price for the things she had done. From the moment her identity was investigated and found out, Chu Zanvu immediately had people arrest and detain her here. Did not use torture, but it was precisely this terrifying situation that had made her nerves collapse. Not to mention the coldness of the mountain, at night there were also all kinds of snakes, centipedes, rats, and insects lurking around here. For a girl who was inherently timid, spending the night here was even scarier than meeting ghosts. "Is she still lucid? I want to ask her a few things." Chu Zanvu not sure. "I'll call someone to come check her mental state first." He acted quickly. No sooner had his words ended than he took out his phone and immediately called the expert. While waiting, Nghi Tu Duan went outside to breathe air. Chu Zanvu also followed behind, speaking up. What did you and that best friend talk about for so long? He was talking about Zhang Man Na. Nghi Tu Duan glanced over. Nothing, she wanted me to introduce you to her. Zhou Can Wu raised his eyebrows, smiled slightly. So you agreed? She stared at the upturned corner of his lips. The answer was already clear. Of course not. You're listening to Eastern Romance Tales. If you're enjoying the story, please like, share, and subscribe to help me create more videos for you. Chapter 40 Because he doesn't like you. When Zhang Man Na said she liked Zhou Can Wu, Nghi Tu Duan was momentarily stunned. She asked if Nghi Tu Duan could help introduce them. Nghi Tu Duan threw the tissue paper in her hand into the trash can, her lips gently curving into an apologetic smile. Sorry Na, I cannot agree to this. What's wrong? The girl blinked suspiciously. Because I like him. Although the two were very close friends, Nghi Tu Duan was not foolish enough to give up the person she liked for a friend, let alone actively bring them together. She could give up many things for her friends, but there were some things that, once they reached a limit, she could not back down from. A moment later, Zhang Man Na was also stunned, then smiled. So, does he like you? This question left Nghi Tu Duan speechless. She herself also had no answer. Zhou Can Wu liked her? She truly dared not guess blindly, only shaking her head bitterly. I also don't know. Whether he likes you or not doesn't matter. Zhang Man Na took her hand. I won't compete with you. You know, since childhood, I've liked AP Try, just now I was only trying to see if you were telling the truth. I felt like there was something ambiguous between the two of you, afraid you were hiding something from me. Nghi Tu Duan looked at her with a resentful gaze. What do I have to hide from you? Yet you still don't trust me. I do believe, it's just that I don't want to be the last to know your good news. Rest assured, if I get into any relationship, I will definitely tell you first, okay? Then I'll be waiting for your good news. On the mountain, the temperature was very low. Nghi Tu Duan's coat now looked somewhat thin. A cold gust of wind blew past, pulling her from her stream of memories, making her shiver involuntarily. Just as she was about to compose herself, suddenly a heavy object was placed on her shoulder. She turned her head. It was Zhou Can Wu draping his jacket over her. She intended to reach out to take it off. Aren't you cold? He, seizing the opportunity, pulled her hand through the sleeve, very naturally helping her put on the jacket. I'm not cold. You just left the hospital, you must pay a little more attention. He only wore a turtleneck sweater inside, looking not warm at all. Nia Siyun stood still in place, letting him hold her hand to put on the jacket. On his body lingered the scent of ancient sandalwood, very pleasant. Inside the jacket, his warmth still remained, immediately making her feel as if she was enveloped in warmth. The cold wind was separated outside, she felt much warmer. Just as she was about to open her mouth to thank him, the phone rang, breaking the peaceful atmosphere at this moment. Zhou Can Wu took the phone and walked to one side, conveniently taking out a cigarette and lighting it. He stood not far, his left hand holding the cigarette, his right hand holding the phone. Behind him was a quiet and mysterious deep forest, looking like a silent oil painting. She quietly gazed at him. Suddenly the phone in her pocket also vibrated twice. She took it out. To look, it was an email. Her inbox did not have many messages. She nervously unlocked it to check. It was indeed an email from Anne. Sorry, Miss Nia, the meeting has exceeded the scope of my work. If you can provide a reasonable reason, only then will I consider whether to meet or not. Nia Siyun quietly stared at the words, her lips pressed tightly. The expert is about to arrive. It seems much colder now. Why don't you go into the car and sit for a while? At this moment, Zhou Can Wu returned after finishing his call. The cigarette was also finished. He put the phone into his pants pocket. She quickly turned off the phone screen, feeling this was a good opportunity. Actually, it is a bit cold. He looked at her face. the corners of his lips curved slightly, signaling Qin Rui to take her into the car first. Back inside the car, Qin Rui turned on the air conditioning, saying that later when the person arrived, he would call her down. Nia Siyun thanked him, turned her head to look out the window. Chu Zanyu was talking to the gatekeeper. Inside the car, only she remained. She took off her mask, opened her phone, and drafted a reply to Anne. If cannot meet face to face, I'm afraid I must change the person receiving the entrustment. The car accident has been investigated all this time but still has no results. Perhaps you are facing a deadlock. The documents I have, although not yet clearly pointing out, but if I change the cooperating person, who knows, perhaps the truth can be quickly found out. Done drafting, she immediately sent it. Now just need to wait for a reply. If Anne truly does not care about the matter of changing people, then the search for the person behind will highly likely fall into a deadlock. But if she doesn't want to, then it means there is truly someone hindering the investigation. She gripped the phone tightly in her hand, her eyes looking out the window, not knowing how the other side would react. Outside, Chu Zanvu and Tan Du were chatting, wind blew rustling through the tree canopy. On Chu Zanvu's body was only a thin jacket, almost revealing the sturdy physique inside, yet he seemed not to feel cold, as if he himself had a layer of barrier completely separating him from the world. Ting, the phone had a message arrive. She slowly opened it. It was a reply letter from Anne. Wait for some more time, recently I am not present in the country. Pupils reflecting the information on the screen, Nghi Tu Duan broke into a smile. Everything next was already easy to control. Waiting for about 20 more minutes, the expert whom Chu Zanvu invited also arrived. After checking the mental state of the person inside the house, confirming there were no problems, Chu Zanvu then called her down from the car. She again wore a mask, stepped into the small house. The person inside by this time had calmed down. Nghi Tu Duan went straight to the point. Who ordered you to do this thing? The girl named Truong Tuesday had just graduated university not long ago, because having no background or connections, could only work as an extra at home DM. That day she received a job. The other party said they would help solve all troubles, and also gave her a generous remuneration. How could a young naive girl resist temptation, so she agreed immediately. After that, she followed a friend working as an extra, sneaked into the film crew of Quan Noyet Kai, followed the crew up the mountain, then the subsequent events occurred. Nghi Tu Duan had never had any dealings with Truong Tuesday, nor could it be said she had offended her. The only possibility was that Truong Tuesday was just a bullet, while the one holding the gun was someone else. Seeing the situation before her eyes, Truong Tuesday was so scared she couldn't say a single word, only knew to continuously bow her head and apologize. I'm sorry. I did not intentionally harm you, please forgive me, I won't dare again, truly sorry. If now you say out who the person who instructed you is, only then can I consider the matter of forgiveness. Having said that sentence, Nghi Tu Duan suddenly felt a chill down her spine. This sentence, why is it so familiar? She did not dare to think deeply. As if there was some invisible power urging her to suspect, but the more she thought, the more she felt afraid. The words Truong Tuesday said at this moment seemed to be completely blocked out of her ears. In her head now only remained the speculations that made herself fall into another abyss. The man beside her noticed the unusualness, gently patted her shoulder. What's wrong, do you feel uncomfortable somewhere? Nghi Tu Duan shook her head, turned around and ran outside. Chu Zanvu immediately chased after her, telling someone to hold Truong Tuesday tightly. What are you thinking about? He stepped to her side, asked. At this moment, the world within Nghi Tu Duan seemed to have just been fiercely bombarded. She did not dare to confirm the things she was thinking about. Her recent sentence was learned from the habit of someone beside her. But she could not understand why that person had to pretend to be a detective to help her investigate, even having to reprocess the documents before sending them to her. Tu Duan, Tu Duan. The man called her for a long time, only then she came back to her senses. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head to glance at him, her eyes still held a hint of panic just now. What did she say? Chu Zanvu was silent for a moment, then repeated Trung Tuesday earlier testimony. She said someone called on the phone telling her to do those things, but did not know who that person was. Compared to before, this matter now seemed no longer too important to Nghi Tu Duan anymore. She was lost in thought for a long time, after exchanging with Chu Zanvu about the next course of action, then told them to release Trung Tuesday. Until she left the mountain, Nghi Tu Duan was still immersed in her own chaotic thoughts. Chu Zanvu did not disturb her. It was not until they descended the mountain, only then he spoke. Do you want to go back and rest a bit? At this time it was just past 5 o'clock, it might still be a bit early for dinner. Seeing Nghi Tu Duan's appearance seemed not to be in a very good mood. If tonight she wanted to cancel the appointment, he also would not blame her. But Nghi Tu Duan shook her head, said no need, told the driver to drive straight into the city center. She reorganized her mood, temporarily pushed those thoughts to the back of her head. What if she guessed wrong? Comforting herself like that, Nghi Tu Duan lightly breathed out, then turned to ask, are you returning to Hozhong tomorrow? She pondered for a moment. Tonight truly is the best time. I have booked a place at the Starry Sky Club already. Going now is probably just in time. Going takes about half an hour, finishing eating will probably also be exactly 6 o'clock. The time calculation was very precise. When the two sat down in the private room, the clock hands on the wall just precisely pointed to 6 o'clock. Having ordered the dishes, Nghi Tu Duan stood up and poured wine for Chu Zanvu. The man sitting in his spot slightly froze. This matter originally should have been done by him. But as if realizing in her heart she had a private intention, he only smiled and then sat still. Chu Zanvu, to have met you, I feel myself extremely lucky. The period of time past you have helped me a great deal. I truly do not know how to thank you enough. I want to give you a gift, but you have everything. I thought long and hard but still did not know what to give. I just feel myself owing you a great deal. Having filled 2 glasses of wine, she turned back to sit opposite. One hand she rested on her chin, in her eyes sparkling with affection and a film of moisture, she looked straight at the man opposite. Chu Zanvu raised his glass to clink with hers, lightly swirling the wine. Why do you feel you owe me? Nghi Tu Duan sipped a small mouthful of wine, softly said, because right from the very first time I met you, you already helped me. Afterwards so many things happened. If not for you, perhaps I would not have been able to overcome them so smoothly. Even until today, you are still the one helping me. The first time they met in Hozhong, she encountered trouble with booking a hotel room. It was Chu Zanvu who lent a hand to arrange a better place to stay for her afterwards when her mood was troubled. It was also he who took her on a yacht to watch fireworks. There was also the matter of dissolving her contract with Fong Pham Entertainment. So many things. If not for Chu Zanvu, she feared that when she contended with her old company, the outcome would not have been so good. Yet he always silently extended his hand without demanding any repayment. That made her feel both happy and a sense of unease. She was not good at expressing herself, but Chu Zanvu seemed like the other half within her. Because no matter when, he could always understand her. Just like this moment, even if she did not speak clearly, he still understood everything. The dishes were brought out one by one, the two ate and chatted. The dinner lasted nearly 2 hours. When standing up to leave the table, Nghi Tu Duan had unconsciously gotten drunk. Chu Zanvu supported her, fearing she would fall. The girl obediently clung to him. The rising alcohol fumes made her grimace uncomfortably. She mumbled, Chu Zanvu, truly thank you. Why are you so good to me? I just think about the matter that later you will be with someone else and feel myself truly greedy, truly wicked. In the air-conditioned room, having drunk alcohol, Nghi Tu Duan felt hot. She immediately took off her jacket, with only a thin wool layer remaining close to her body. Chu Zanvu circled his arm around her waist, let out a soft laugh. Why must I be with someone else? Nghi Tu Duan looked up in his arms, her eyes glistening with moisture. She pursed her lips, feeling wronged because you don't like me. Chapter 41. I take the initiative. How do you know I don't like? The man's usually calm eyes glimmered with a flicker of emotion. He tilted his head, carefully observed the girl in his arms. This drunken appearance was truly too different from usual. Nghi Tu Duan, with both hands, hugged his neck, her cheeks flushed red from the alcohol. She swayed and leaned against his chest, her mouth mumbling. You like me, so why did you still reject me? So cruel, you rejected me and even scolded me. Hearing her speak, it was as if he had just committed a great crime. Zhou Can Wu slightly narrowed his eyes, carefully pondered her words. He didn't remember ever scolding her. Rejecting her was at that time on the rooftop in Hong Kong? Thinking of this, he burst out laughing, saying she was reckless and counting that as scolding, then this label being pinned on him was truly big. Nghi Tu Duan. He softly called her name in an extremely gentle voice. The girl in his arms reacted slowly, lifted her head, felt the world spinning, her head dizzy, but still stubbornly replied Zhou Can Wu supported her body, stood straight up, then used both hands to lift that small face, gently leaned close. Tomorrow, when you wake up, will you still remember what happened tonight? Nghi Tu Duan had drunk a lot, her mind processed information very slowly. After clearly hearing the question, she bloomed a confident smile. My memory is very good. Then that's good. The large hand lifted her face up, in his eyes, a vague look glimmered. He bent down, his lips lightly touched between her eyebrows, extremely gently. Nghi Tu Duan, I like you, did you hear clearly? He looked at the girl in his arms, wide-eyed with astonishment. Her originally hazy gaze instantly widened. Nghi Tu Duan stared blankly at him, as if she had just received a strong blow. Her whole body swayed, wanting to fall backward. The man immediately tightened his arms around her, holding her tightly in his embrace. She froze for a moment, then stammered. You say it again. Zhou Can Wu carefully repeated each word. I said, I like you. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl immediately imitated his action, lifted his face, tried to stand on tiptoes, and very precisely placed a kiss on his lips. The lips of the two people only lightly touched each other, not at all exceeding the limits. Zhou Can Wu also stood still, motionless, his ear rims flushed bright red. That posture maintained for a very long time, perhaps because standing on tiptoes was too tiring. The girl stepped back. At the very moment the lips just parted from each other, the man immediately embraced the back of her neck, bowed his head and kissed back. He closed his eyes, gently rubbed his lips on hers, the action both gentle and intimate. When she opened her mouth, he immediately put his tongue in, occupying the entire space belonging to her. A feeling like there was an electric current running throughout both their bodies, sweet to the point of being overwhelming. He kissed her, greedily seizing every bit of her breath. Perhaps this was the first kiss of both, so both were clumsy. Just a moment later, both had leaned their foreheads against each other, breathing heavily. Nghi Tu Duan's legs stood unsteadily, kissed until dizzy. Zhou Can Wu bent down and carried her out of the dining room. The club where they booked had prepared private resting rooms for each VIP guest. He used his jacket to cover her face, received the room card from the staff, then carried her in. Placed her on the bed, covered her with the blanket carefully. Zhou Can Wu sat by the edge of the bed looking at her for a very long time. Just simply looking at her sleeping soundly like that, the feeling was that time also quietly gently drifted by. Probably because drunk, she quickly fell into sleep, breathing steadily, sleeping peacefully like a small kitten. The phone rang. He immediately silenced it, first looking to see if she was woken up or not. Seeing she was still sleeping soundly, he went out to answer the phone. It was Tan Du calling, saying that Min AO Group had just unilaterally terminated cooperation. Officially it was the first move that Min Hang declared war. Due to family issues, Min Heng had for a period of time not managed company affairs, now returned. The first thing was to target Chu Shi Group. Perhaps the negotiation with Chu Yuyan Truck was not smooth, so the other side began to take action to retaliate. Chu Zanvu lowered his voice. I am not free to play family games with him. If cooperation has ended, then cut off all support with Min Ao Group. In business matters, Chu Zanvu was never at a disadvantage. Previously, Chu Shi and Min Ao had fiercely confronted each other in Hojiang. Chu Shi almost monopolized the market share, but because Chu Yuyan Truck intended to become close with Min Ao's heir, he then actively yielded an area as a dowry. Now both sides are equally matched. Min Heng seemed to have forgotten the times he had to stand in front of Chu Shi's door under the rain to beg for cooperation. There are some wounds. Forgetting too quickly is precisely not respecting absolute power. Dared to play big, then Chu Zanvu will also not be lenient, considering it as achieving completion for each other. Ending the call, he returned to the room. The girl on the bed had turned over, found a more comfortable position, then continued to sleep soundly. Chu Zanvu helplessly shook his head, approached to carefully tuck the blanket back for her, then turned and walked out to sit and rest on the chair outside the room. A peaceful night. 9 o'clock in the morning, Nghi Tu Duan woke up, stretched tiredly, and discovered the layout in the room was completely not the hotel she was staying in. She lay straight on the bed, and in her mind suddenly appeared scene after scene that didn't belong to her. Last night she drank too much, embraced Chu Zanvu and acted wildly, even took the initiative to kiss him. Is she crazy? Nghi Tu Duan opened her eyes wide in shock. She didn't clearly remember doing those things, but those memories were incredibly real. How could this be? Footsteps sounded at the door. She hurriedly closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Chu Zanvu walked to the bedside, chuckled. Don't pretend to sleep. The person on the bed didn't move at all, truly not looking like they were pretending. Don't you have to return to the film crew today? He continued to say, taking another step. The girl under the blanket nervously gripped the bedsheet, her eyelashes trembling slightly out of guilt. Chu Zanvu mercilessly exposed her. If it's because you remember what happened last night and want to avoid me, then I can leave right away, and will not appear before you again. Finally, Nghi Tu Duan cautiously opened her eyes, and shyly gave a slight cough. Good morning. On the man's face appeared a joyful curve. Good morning. Nghi Tu Duan slowly got off the bed, still unable to believe those memories were real. She turned her head, timidly looking at him. Tell me, what I remember isn't the truth, right? Chu Zanvu's voice was light. It's real. Nghi Tu Duan, it's a dream, right? We're dreaming the same dream. Chu Zanvu, you actively kissed me. To truly be so bold, one can do anything. Nghi Tu Duan glanced at the man in front of her, regretting having taken the liberty to drink alcohol. She sadly walked into the bathroom to wash her face, in her mind still ceaselessly replaying the scene from last night. Have to say, his lips truly are soft indeed. That unending entangled feeling was a land never explored, as though she accidentally stepped into a forbidden area, even though she knew she shouldn't but couldn't leave. She lowered her head, recalling, unconsciously chuckled. The man stood leaning at the door frame, from in the mirror clearly saw her actions. Just brushing your teeth, Mac. Is you that happy? Nghi Tu Duan was startled, sharply turned her head back to look at him with a startled gaze. Chu Zanvu chuckled, feeling she was increasingly adorable. After rinsing her mouth, Nghi Tu Duan glared at him full of annoyance. Why are you so troublesome? Last night you even said I was very good. He pretended to be aggrieved, regretfully shaking his head. Nghi Tu Duan stepped forward, used her hand to cover his mouth, her voice warning. If you dare mention last night's matter again, I will choke you to death. He was amused by her, his big hand pulled her hand down, his voice gentle. Didn't you say your memory was very good, so why did you forget what I said? She stood frozen in place, immediately realized, he was referring to the declaration of love from last night. He said, "I like you." She heard clearly, also remembered very clearly. How could she forget? But she was like a young girl stepping into love for the first time, beginning to be flustered. She lowered her head, softly said, "Last night I drank a lot, you did too. Those words don't count." Zhou Can Wu lowered his eyes to look at her, the corner of his lips still maintaining an elusive smile. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, he didn't say anything. She raised her head to look up, unexpectedly met that profound gaze. Only heard him nonchalantly say, "You're right." Having finished speaking, he turned around and left, packing his belongings, preparing to check out. Nghi Tu Duan stood still, not understanding what his last gaze meant. Was he angry? But his appearance didn't look angry, he even calmly invited her out for breakfast. The atmosphere was clearly not unusual, but she found herself at an awkward crossroads. She didn't know since when she had become so sensitive, just one sentence from him could make her confused and tangled the entire time. That sentence, what implication it ultimately carried, she couldn't understand, and was too shy to ask, just kept agonizing over it herself. After breakfast, Zhou Can Wu took her back to the hotel. On the way, he again received a phone call, making Nghi Tu Duan unable to interject a single sentence. Until he hung up, he softly said, "In the coming time, I will be very busy. If you lack anything, just tell Tan Du, he will arrange it for you. You film well, once I finish work, I will come find you." She listened quietly, obediently nodding her head. When will filming wrap up? Probably before Tet. The two of them chatted a few simple sentences. The car had already arrived at the hotel. At this moment, her emotions were extremely complex. It could be because they were about to part ways, it could also be because of that unclear sentence from the morning. Nghi Tu Duan wasn't clear what the relationship between the two of them currently should be like. Before getting out of the car, she said goodbye. The man only calmly replied with a goodbye, not saying anything more. She silently left, carrying with her a NSE of emptiness and disappointment. Perhaps no action was exactly the answer between them, it was nothing at all. She suddenly felt regret for what she had said in the morning. Sentences like "didn't count" were nothing more than due to her bottomless greed. She watched the car's tail gradually disappear into the distance, her heart sank, full of regret. At this time, she still didn't know, this was the last time they would meet before filming wrapped up, longing would then cover the entire winter. And the thing that made people regret the most was precisely when they parted ways, and again couldn't say anything. Nghi Tu Duan engraved this self-inflicted pain. From now on, she would no longer be a mute little girl. Chapter 42. Is it really the villain role? Nghi Tu Duan finished packing her luggage at the hotel, then called Din Din to come to the film set together. She turned back into the room to get a few necessary items, opened the door to leave, then encountered two people, Chao Chan and Chao Nia, standing there. Seeing on Chao Nia's face still stuck a plaster, in her heart suddenly surged a warm feeling. "Let's go." She smiled gently, her footsteps also lighter. At that moment, she seemed to suddenly realize from now on, Zhou Can Wu would not easily withdraw from her life anymore. Even if unable to meet, they would still always be together. Arriving at the film set, Fuang Lam was already waiting at the gate, the producer also carrying a bouquet of flowers, welcoming her back. Fuang Lam looked at her with comforting eyes. "It's good that you're back. Don't worry, everyone in the crew just thinks you were sick." A matter like this of course could not be revealed, just one outsider knowing would lead to unforeseeable consequences. Nghi Tu Duan's face calm, extended her hand to take the bouquet, softly uttered an hum. She followed into the crew. Everyone did not have any prying eyes, each busy with their own work. Tam Jai Li was acting opposite Chuang Tuan. Nghi Tu Duan had originally intended to say hello, but was called away for makeup. Her footsteps did not stop, Din Din's hand still bandaged, took the flowers from her to give to Chao Chan, while she herself went into the makeup room. Behind her, Tam Jai Li's gaze swept across the crowd, only seeing that cold silhouette. Shuang Tuan called her Jia Li, "It's your turn." She paused, then collected herself. No matter what, Thuan is still my elder sister, I cannot push her into a corner. Nghi Tu Duan finished changing her styling and walked out, just as Tam Jai Li also finished filming. The two took turns going on stage, in between there was no exchange whatsoever. "Sister Tu Duan, why do I find Sister Jia Li looking a bit strange?" Din Din whispered softly into her ear. Nghi Tu Duan wore a thick fur coat, inside was only a flimsy performance costume. As soon as she went out she was penetrated by the cold wind. She lightly patted Din Din's shoulder, did not rep. Ly. At that moment, a person walked over, also wearing bulky clothes like the others on the film set, in their hand holding a pink package. It was Tam Jai Li's assistant, Kio Nin. "Sister Tu Duan, this is what Sister Jai Li asked me to bring to you. Lately the weather is too cold, filming outdoors is unbearable. Sticking this inside also won't affect your styling." Kio Nin handed over a stack of heating patches, her tone timid. She was a rather introverted person, previously following Tam Jai Li out to parties also did not interact much with anyone. Nghi Tu Duan was the only person she had ever initiated a conversation with. "Thank her for me." Nghi Tu Duan smiled as she received it, the suspicion in her heart also gradually dissipating. Kio Nin left after delivering the items. Tam Jai Li had already returned to the car to rest, she had clearly just walked from that direction. These past 2 days the sky had been gloomy, occasionally even dropping a few raindrops. Today it was rare to have sun, but the temperature was still very low. However, clear skies and sunshine always made people's hearts feel more at ease. White clouds were like opening a bright window for the soul, and vague worries were also easily dispelled. Din Din looked at the heat patch in her hand, lightly scratching her nose awkwardly. "I take back what I just said, Sister Jai Li is still truly kind." Although she hadn't spoken many words with Tam Jai Li these past 2 days, Nghi Tu Duan still realized she had something on her mind, many times intending to ask directly but unable to find an opportunity. At this moment, suddenly receiving that care, her heart still felt warm. A little later, "Order takeout, get some fragrant cakes from Silk Road, okay?" Nghi Tu Duan turned to instruct Din Din. The girl understood, smiling. "Okay, I'll order right away." The fragrant cakes from Silk Road were Tam Jai Li's favorite, only she was always forced by her manager to lose weight, not allowed to eat sweets. During this time, she had suffered no small amount of hardship. Nghi Tu Duan wanted to take this opportunity to make up for it a little. That type of cake wasn't easily fattening, but the management company was strict. Anything with high sugar and calories was a taboo for Tam Jai Li. After entering the room and applying the heat patch, Nghi Tu Duan went out to act with Shuang Tuan, preparing for the camera to roll. "Tu Duan, are you feeling better yet? I heard you were very ill, but because the crew had to push the schedule, the director didn't let us visit." Shuang Tuan, seeing her arrive, immediately asked with concern. She was slightly stunned, her gaze still resting on the script full of annotations, replying indifferently, "Much better now. I heard filming stopped that day because the investors came to inspect. I remember you." And the name Chu Zanvu was just about to reach his lips but didn't come out. Shuang Tuan carefully observed Nghi Tu Duan's expression, not seeing any change. He breathed a sigh of relief. "How are you and Chu Zanvu now? Let's read our lines first." She suddenly looked up, her eyes clear, showing no sign of discomfort at all. Shuang Tuan also understood that he should be silent now, and obediently read his lines. Perhaps because he was too talkative, he was misunderstood as prying into other people's private matters. But in reality, he was simply curious. Nghi Tu Duan was as serene as a windless lake surface, everything was in order. Actually, when hearing Chu Zanvu's name, she was not completely without reaction, it's just that she did not like letting others mention him. As if he was a god she worshipped, unable to tolerate any commonness. After a few days away from the crew, Nghi Tu Duan now had to start racing against the filming progress. These past few days she should not have needed to be too busy, but due to being delayed, her schedule was again packed full. Perhaps being busy was also a good thing, that way she would not have too much time to long for someone. Whenever the filming schedule was light, having nothing to do was precisely the most uncomfortable and agonizing period of time. When Nghi Tu Duan started filming, Din Din, after ordering takeout, returned to the rest vehicle to organize things, estimating the time. When she finished filming, the food would also just arrive. About an hour later, Din Din stepped out of the vehicle, unexpectedly running into a familiar face. Unbeknown. St. Since when, Zhang Manna had also arrived at the film set, coincidentally standing in front of the vehicle door. "Miss Zhang, why did you come here?" Din Din, surprised, glanced towards the film set. Surely she hadn't gone inside yet. Zhang Manna shook the plastic bag in her hand. "I came to visit the crew, you know. Today Tu Duan returned to work. Last time I didn't get a chance to stroll around the film set with her, so today I purposely dropped by. I even bought the fruit she likes to eat." Having said that, she immediately darted into the vehicle, placed the fruit down, then hurriedly hugged herself, rubbing her arms. "Today is really cold, my hands are completely frozen." Din Din gave her a cup of hot water. "Today is indeed really cold. Sister Tu Duan's costume is very thin. Fortunately Sister Jiali gave her a heating patch, otherwise, her body, not fully recovered yet, would get sick again." After speaking, she again felt her words were not right, and hurriedly lightly slapped her own mouth. "Never mind, I truly don't know how to talk. Sister Tu Duan will definitely always be healthy." Zhang Manna held the cup of water and smiled. "So, are you planning to go inside now? Take me along." Outsiders cannot enter the film set on their own accord, there must definitely be a crew member to escort them. Din Din thought for a moment. "All right, but I must go get the food first, please wait for me for a moment." "What food is it?" Hearing that there was food, Zhang Manna's eyes brightened considerably. Din Din took out her phone to check the delivery information. Seeing it displayed as successfully delivered, she then stood up, getting ready to leave. "It's the famous fragrant cake from Silk Street, Sister Jiali recommended it." "Oh." Zhang Manna's eyes swept once, placed the glass of water down. "Then you go, I'll sit here and rest a bit, outside is too cold." "All right, you wait for me here, I'll take you inside later." Having said that, Din Din stepped out of the car to get food, leaving Zhang Manna alone in the car to rest. About 5 minutes later, the hot water in the glass had been emptied. The film crew today finished work at 6 o'clock in the evening. Now it was 5:30, even if she went in, she wouldn't see much. But Zhang Manna still wanted to go watch. Din Din had no choice but to lead her into the film set. Nghi Tu Duan was still filming, the set was silent, only the actors' dialogue rang out. One scene just finished, immediately switching to the next scene, the progress was very seamless, clearly a film crew that was familiar and in sync. Zhang Manna stood outside the set quietly watching. Actually, before she had also visited Nghi Tu Duan's film crew, but the feeling when watching a live performance and watching on TV was completely different. Some actors performed very badly when filming live, mostly having to rely on color correction, post-production dubbing to be barely acceptable. But after watching Nghi Tu Duan live, she then understood what it meant to be born to be an actor. Her acting was incredibly captivating, her ability to convey emotions was very strong, the main character's emotions were her emotions, joy or pain all made people deeply moved. Many times Zhang Manna watched her crying scenes and her own tears also fell spontaneously. Even though a scene had finished filming, Nghi Tu Duan's emotions were still completely stable, but her tears still did not stop falling. Many directors all wanted to collaborate with her again a second time, a third time, because she truly was an extremely professional actress. At this moment, she was having a confrontation scene with the male lead, who had accidentally murdered her closest friend. She was in extreme pain, hateful and condemning the male lead's crimes. Clearly she was the antagonist, but the resentment and sorrow in her acting made the viewers feel as if the male lead was the one with unforgivable crimes. When the scene finished, everyone on set all simultaneously applauded in praise. Everyone admired her explosive acting ability. The director even stood up abruptly praising profusely. Tu Duan acted very well, I even want to kill Trun Gam on your behalf. Amidst the resounding applause, Nghi Tu Duan wiped her tears and stepped out, before the praises without a trace of emotion. These words she had heard countless times, had long been familiar. She walked towards Din Din, unexpectedly saw Zhang Man Na, and surprise. Asked Na Na, why did you come here? Her eyes were still red because she had just cried, her voice still carried a nasal tone, but her gaze contained no sadness at all. Zhang Man Na hugged her tightly, moved to tears. Your acting is too amazing, is this really a villain role? Nghi Tu Duan burst out laughing, gently stroked her head then led her away from the set. Tonight she had no more schedule, could go remove her makeup and then finish work. But because she wanted to go meet Tam Jai Li, and it happened that Zhang Man Na also wanted to look around the film crew, so she was not in a hurry to remove her makeup. She led her for a walk around then returned to the resting car. In the car, a thermal box was prepared, because if the fragrant cakes cooled, it would affect the flavor, so they were still carefully preserved. Nghi Tu Duan told Din Din to go call Tam Jai Li over, and also instructed to avoid Tru Nin, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to let her eat. Just as Din Din was about to leave, Zhang Man Na volunteered, how about I go call her? Previously, due to a misunderstanding, I once scolded her, but now I see she treats you not badly, it's better for me to go call her and apologize at the same time. Chapter 43 Busy. Seeing Zhang Man Na's words were so sincere, Nghi Tu Duan also did not refuse. She and Din Din stayed in the car preparing dinner. They also ordered a few more Hong Kong dishes, intending to try if they were authentic. If it as truly the authentic flavor, then Nghi Tu Duan would become a regular customer of this restaurant. After all the dishes were arranged, a sound also echoed outside the door. Nghi Tu Duan looked up, saw Zhang Man Na stepping into the car, her gaze instinctively looked behind, but did not see the person she was expecting. Before she could ask, Zhang Man Na spoke first. She said she already ate, she won't eat anymore. Nghi Tu Duan and Din Din were both stunned. Did she really say that? Nghi Tu Duan confirmed again. In her heart, she began to doubt Tam Jai Li's attitude. Previously, if Tam Jai Li received an invitation, she would certainly happily run over. Even if she had already eaten, she would still have to come to freeload a few bites before being satisfied. She suddenly felt worried, put down the chopsticks in her hand, preparing to go find her herself. Let me go see how she is, you two eat first. After speaking, Nghi Tu Duan immediately ran out, to the extent that Zhang Man Na hadn't even had time to call her back to put on a coat. Not far away was Tam Jai Li's car. Nghi Tu Duan ran over just in time to see her and Kio Nin coming out. Are you two preparing to go home? Tam Jai Li's complexion was not good, she looked to be in a very bad mood, her lips couldn't even curl up. Yeah. Lately, do you have something on your mind, Jai Li? Nghi Tu Duan directly asked what she had suspected for a long time. Ever since her incident happened, between her and Tam Jai Li, there was almost no contact anymore. She thought perhaps because she herself was too busy, she had been cold towards Tam Jai Li, and wanted to find an opportunity to apologize and resolve things. Clearly, this afternoon she had even given her a warming patch, yet now the situation was still not right. Tam Jai Li stood in front of her, her gaze darkened. I'm fine, I just feel a bit tired. Sister Tu Duan, you just eat, I'll go back to the hotel to rest first, tomorrow I still have a full day of filming. Having said that, she moved aside and walked away, leaving Nghi Tu Duan standing stunned in place. She clearly looked like something was wrong, why wouldn't she say it? Seeing Tam Jai Li's car leave, Nghi Tu Duan truly didn't understand what was happening. Back in the car, she also no longer had any mood for eating or drinking throughout the meal. She only said a few sentences, hastily finished the meal, and then prepared to return to the hotel. Zhang Man Na then suggested that she wanted to go stroll around the shopping mall with her. I saw that the brand Hong Kong has released new designs again, all styles I like, let's each choose a few outfits. Tomorrow I have to set off for Hojiang then return to Hong Kong, so tonight, please go with me one last time, honey. She hugged Nghi Tu Duan's arm wheedlingly. She understood Nghi Tu Duan's personality too well, knowing that she would never refuse her requests, so she was sure to get the answer she wanted. But when Nghi Tu Duan removed her hand and apologetically refused, Zhang Man Na then realized that something seemed to have changed between them. "Na, I'm sorry, I can't go tonight, tomorrow I have to film early so tonight I have to study my lines thoroughly. Wait until I finish filming and return to Hong Kong, then when I'm free, I'll go strolling with you, okay?" The atmosphere in the car suddenly froze. Zhang Man Na was stunned, she never expected there would be a day Nghi Tu Duan would refuse her. The vows of best friends forever from days past were like dust swept away by the wind in the bitter cold winter sky. Even though she sensed that she was a bit angry, Nghi Tu Duan also did not change her mind. Zhang Man Na could only force a smile, her gaze dropped down full of disappointment. "All right then, you go back and rest early. Let's meet when you get back to Hong Kong." They were like standing at a crossroads. Zhang Man Na wanted to pull her along, but Nghi Tu Duan resolutely turned in another direction. She couldn't pull her, nor could she hold her. If they couldn't walk the same path together, then they could only part ways here. Nghi Tu Duan and Din Din returned to the hotel together. The fragrant cake they bought was still not entirely eaten. She intentionally left a portion wanting to bring it to Tam Jai Li. But when she arrived to knock on the room door, no one inside responded. She pulled out her phone and messaged to ask Tam Jai Li where she was, still there was no reply. Nghi Tu Duan returned in disappointment. The cake in her hand also grew completely cold from the chilly air. Back in her room, she didn't know if she was being too sensitive, but a feeling of unease kept rising. The relationships seemed to be gradually getting out of control, slipping off their old paths. She wanted to salvage them, but was powerless. She huddled on the sofa studying her lines, occasionally glancing at the phone beside her. Still there were no messages. But the lines wouldn't go into her head, her mind was in turmoil, completely unable to focus. She waited and waited until past 10 o'clock, still there was no reply from Tam Jai Li. Her mood messy like fire burning close to her eyebrows, Nghi Tu Duan threw the script book to one side, unable to read anymore. She stood up, again went to Tam Jai Li's room, saw there was light reflecting out from the door crack, then pressed the doorbell. This time finally also someone opened the door. Tam Jai Li wore a bathrobe, her hair still not completely dry. Seeing the person standing outside the door, she was slightly dazed. "Sister Tu Duan, why have you come here again? Before that where did you go? Why messaging not replying?" Nghi Tu Duan not saying anything rushed straight into the room, closed the door. She was truly very worried. She kept thinking that Tam Jai Li intentionally avoided her, but again did not understand what the reason was. Tam Jai Li wiping her hair with a towel while explaining. "Gee, I just went out for a bit, didn't look at my phone. Is something wrong, sister?" The words had no gaps, but Nghi Tu Duan still felt there was something strange. Because these past few days, Tam Jai Li completely did not proactively talk to her, not knowing what thoughts she had in her heart. "Lately do you have any worries? Why haven't I seen you look for me?" Nghi Tu Duan asked directly, wanting to hear how she would answer. The small girl wrapped herself in the bathrobe, tilted her head to wipe her hair, when speaking also did not look up to see her even once. "It's nothing, I just want to be alone." Seemingly intentionally hiding something, Nghi Tu Duan did not know what else to ask, in her heart becoming even more anxious. "Jai Li, we are friends, aren't we? If you have anything in your heart then just tell me, even if I cannot help with anything then at least you can also feel lighter. If it is because I did something that made you unhappy, you should even more say it, sometimes it's just a misunderstanding, clarifying it can solve it. Tam Jai Li's gaze still intently looked down at the ground, as if concentrating on wiping her hair. After hearing Nghi Tu Duan's words, the movement in her hand paused for a moment, then again continued to rub the ends of her hair, her voice very soft. There's no misunderstanding, it's probably because lately filming has been too tiring so I'm lazy to interact with others, I just want to be alone. Jai Li, are you truly alright? Nghi Tu Duan still had not given up. Her intuition told her that Tam Jai Li certainly had something she was hiding from her. But her concern did not exchange for patience, instead she was almost angrily sent away by the other party. I said I'm alright already, sister, go back and rest, I want to sleep. Her attitude was clearly a little impatient. Nghi Tu Duan also felt it inconvenient to linger, so sadly left. In the days that followed, Tam Jai Li no longer looked for her, and each time Nghi Tu Duan proactively started a conversation also only received a cold reaction, as if the relationship between the two had become estranged after just one night. When Nghi Tu Duan used an excuse to borrow a heat patch from her on the film set, Tam Jai Li also said she had used them all up, but not long after again gave it to another actor in the crew. Seeing her change, Nghi Tu Duan's heart was full of doubt and helplessness, not understanding what had ultimately happened between the two to turn out like this. Because the other party kept refusing to speak up, even intentionally keeping distance from her, Nghi Tu Duan gradually also did not bother her anymore. Days passed little by little, gradually stepping into the cold winter. Later Nghi Tu Duan's filming scenes also gradually decreased, each day only having a few scenes, but she still went to work fully. If there was no work then she would return to her car to rest. Before that she had arranged to meet N, but the other party kept using reasons to delay indefinitely, dragging on without end. Nghi Tu Duan also lost patience, secretly decided if by the time the film crew wrapped up filming still without results, she would terminate the entrustment. Time seemed to flow slowly, but also did not stop for anyone. The clock hands still steadily turned, pushing the cold winter to its climax. Hongdiam already had snow falling. The weather forecast did not report there would be snow. When Nghi Tu Duan early in the morning left the hotel for the filming location, outside it was already a pure white. She was stunned mixed with joy. Din Din beside her was extremely excited, because neither of them had ever seen snow fall with their own eyes. Oh my God! So beautiful! Like a dream. I've only seen this scene in TV dramas, it's truly too beautiful. Din Din incessantly exclaimed, making Nghi Tu Duan also unable to resist reaching out her hand to catch a snowflake. The transparent snowflakes fell into her palm, immediately melting into tiny water droplets, gently gliding over her fingertips. Nghi Tu Duan couldn't help but take out her phone to snap a photo, unconsciously sending it to someone she hadn't contacted for half a month, telling him that Hongdiam already had snow. The last message between them still stopped at the sentence reporting his safe return to Hojiang. From then until now there were no new lines. Looking at the distant timeline, Nghi Tu Duan's finger trembled slightly. She didn't know when he Ould read it, she sent it then got on the car to the film set. Because it had just snowed, the ground was slippery. To ensure safety, today's progress was slower than usual. They almost arrived late. Today her filming scenes were not many, most of her free time was spent outside admiring the snow. This was the first time in the past 25 years she had witnessed snow fall with her own eyes. The whole world seemed to be covered in a pure white blanket after just one night. Heaven and earth were all one cold color, seemingly exhausted of life, but still brimming with vitality. She took many photos. Her album was quickly covered by vast snow-white scenes. Occasionally she would open WeChat to check messages. The chat frame with that person had scrolled down very far. She knew he was very busy, but not receiving a reply still made her heart feel a void. During her lunch break, she messaged Chu Zhanvu again, asking if he had eaten yet. A day passed. the phone was still silent. She turned on the screen again and again, fragile hope never appearing, the joy of admiring the snow also faded. That evening back at the hotel, Nghi Tu Duan gathered all her courage to video call him. The phone rang for over 10 seconds, the phone vibrated once, she thought the other side had answered, unexpectedly only a green chat frame appeared, the other party had declined the call. Her mood immediately fell to the bottom of the abyss. Before she could ask anything else, his pitch-black profile picked. Yours showed a new message. Perhaps because they hadn't met for a long time, so when she saw that line of text, she felt the tone from the other side was especially cold. He said busy. Only that, nothing more, not even saying we'll contact again later. It seemed her appearance, to him, was just an untimely disturbance. Perhaps because the matter with Tam Jai Li was lost for no reason, so when facing Chu Zhanvu's coldness, Nghi Tu Duan also gradually developed a feeling that this was enough. Chapter 44. There was no reason to refuse. Recently, the relationships between people felt like a truly long cut into Nghi Tu Duan's heart. She had tried herself to apply medicine, but each time it was not the right place. Other actors sequentially wrapped up filming, only remaining a few main actors still on standby all day at the film set. On the day of wrapping up filming, Hon DM poured down a big snowstorm and still had a few final scenes not yet filmed. The director took advantage to film a few more scenes taking snow as the background. The scenery was so beautiful, if not utilized then truly it was a waste of heaven's gift. Nghi Tu Duan wearing monochrome ancient costume stepped out from the inner room, raising her head to look at the sparse snowflakes flying all over the sky. She couldn't help but reach out her hand to catch them. Her pale face seemed to blend into the color of heaven and earth, the weakness radiating from inside out. Long hair falling loose behind her back. The dark red attire amidst the cold white snow became dazzling in a rare way. In the film, after a great battle Thuong Quan Thuan's body was gravely wounded, all 5 internal organs shattered, not living much longer. She decided to use her last days of life to do something for her younger sister, to compensate for the past mistakes. It was also in this great snowstorm, she had made up her mind, taking her own life to protect the female lead to complete her final mission. Her brightly red figure as if dancing amidst the vast white snow. Filming repeatedly from many camera angles, the woman on the monitor screen was beautiful to the point of moving people's hearts. Each frame was as if processed with special effects, unbelievably unreal. The director couldn't bear to shout cut, fearing that as soon as the camera stopped, the dreamy fairy maiden before his eyes would vanish like a wisp of smoke. The scene finished, the entire set was silent, everyone secretly admired in their hearts. The emotions from the previous frame were exceedingly beautiful and vivid. Tu Duan, just now you performed too excellently. Your acting and aura are both among the top in the industry. For my next film, I am preparing the script. I really want to invite you to be the female lead. Would you like to consider it? After the scene ended, director Phuong Lam quietly sought Nghi Tu Duan to discuss the plan for the next film. Nghi Tu Duan is very famous in the mainland. She doesn't participate in GA Me shows, doesn't build an image, doesn't accept pairing gimmicks, even almost never updates personal life matters on social media. All of her massive fan base all comes from true capability, and that type of fan is much more loyal. In the current entertainment industry's not so favorable context, Nghi Tu Duan is a rare breath of fresh air. Phuong Lam very much desired to continue collaborating with her, because her personal charm itself could bring better renown to his works. Nghi Tu Duan was putting on a padded jacket, while holding a thermos cup sipping water. In that attire, every expression and movement of hers was like a fairy stepping out from an ancient painting, her indifferent voice blended with the white snow outside. Thank you, Director Phuong, for your favor. But I only accept roles after having read the script. Regarding collaboration, let's discuss further when there is a concrete script. She had never easily accepted films. For her, each role must have an independent personality, just like herself. Having debuted for 7 years, Nghi Tu Duan had never played the same type of role. She doesn't chase traffic, nor does she accept trending scripts. All the roles she chooses are all because she wants to challenge herself, wants herself to progress further. Not only Fuang Lam, many other directors had invited her to collaborate a second time. Everyone gave her the same praises for her acting. But truly very few people had the opportunity to collaborate with her a second time. Fuang Lam is a director with a good reputation in the industry, having produced many famous and popular films. Many actors jostle to collaborate with him, because his films are very likely to create phenomena. But fame has never been Nghi Tu Duan's goal. A person can be praised up to the heavens, and can also be pushed down to the bottom of the abyss. Nowadays there are too many idol artists without real talent, only relying on their faces to attract fans, without any substantial works. When youth passes, they will be forgotten. But if you have a work classic enough, even if the world forgets who you are, they will still remember the role you once played. That is also a way to preserve one's name. What Nghi Tu Duan pursues is precisely an eternal existence. Fuang Lam seemed to have foreseen her refusal, only smiled gently. I know that, but I firmly believe I will still have a chance to cooperate. This filming period was very smooth. You are an actress who makes people deeply admire. I sincerely admire you very much. That's why I've asked around some colleagues who worked with you before. Everyone highly praised you. That made me feel even more that I had discovered a precious gem. I am preparing to film a feature film. In the new script there is a role that I wrote specifically for you. Wait until the script is complete. You can refuse after reading it. It won't be too late. The conversation ended there. The atmosphere in the crew today was very relaxed. It seemed everyone understood this was the time to part ways. All stages were carried out completely and with peace of mind. That evening, after finishing filming the final scene of the male and female leads, the director shouted "cut" from behind the monitoring screen. Immediately, brilliant fireworks erupted on all four sides. The entire film crew simultaneously applauded and cheered. Staff pulled banners celebrating the wrap-up day. Some people shed tears due to nostalgia. Some people smiled with relief because of the end of a long period of work. Everyone gathered together, sharing their sincere feelings over the past time. Tam Jai Li sobbed uncontrollably, hugging flowers sent by fans and friends, wiping away tears while choked with emotion. Outside the film set, Nghi Tu Duan also received a bouquet that Din Din brought. This was ordered by Mr. Ta in advance. He said he couldn't come to congratulate you on wrapping up filming, so he asked me to secretly bring it. Congratulations, Tu Duan, happy wrap-up. Nghi Tu Duan smiled and received the large bouquet. It was cappuccino flowers that she loved most. Thank you. She hugged the flowers to her chest, her gaze involuntarily turned outwards, but did not see the figure she was waiting for. A feeling of disappointment slowly rose in her heart. It had been a month since they met, and there was no contact. She didn't know if he had forgotten her or not. Din Din seemed to perceive her mood, softly comforted. Sister 2D. Yuan, perhaps Mr. Chu is also as busy as Mr. Ta, that's why he couldn't come. No need to say more, I understand. Nghi Tu Duan cut her off. Actually she didn't want to hear it anymore. She knew he was busy, but throughout the recent period not a single message, not a single call. Their relationship seemed to have completely cooled down. Over there, everyone was calling each other out for a group photo. Nghi Tu Duan handed the bouquet back to Din Din. I won't be going to the wrap-up party, they'll go straight home after the photos. Yes. After speaking, she walked straight towards the crowd, following the director's instructions to arrange the formation. The male and female leads naturally stood in the center. As for Nghi Tu Duan, in her role as supporting actress, she should have stood between the male lead and the male supporting actor, but she proactively walked over to stand next to Tam Jia Li, intending to take this opportunity to talk to her. Unexpectedly, the director called her to the other side. Everyone brightly gathered together. After taking the last large group photo, the crowd gradually dispersed. Nghi Tu Duan still wanted to go find Tam Jia Li, but she was already surrounded tightly by a group of people, with no space left to squeeze in. They were talking as they left, preparing to go to the wrap-up party, and no one noticed Nghi Tu Duan standing silently on the sideline. She sighed, waved her hand as if wanting to dismiss it. Alone, she went to remove her makeup. Preparing to return to the RV to pack up her belongings. Having changed clothes, she stepped out, but again saw no sign of Din Din or the two bodyguards anywhere. She doubtfully poked her head out to look around, but still saw no one. Assuming they had returned to the car earlier, she also went towards that direction alone. The car door was closed tightly. She felt strange. If they had returned earlier, they certainly would not leave the car door closed like that. But she did not think much, reached out to open the door. Dim lights inside the car shone down. She stepped onto the threshold, and what struck her eyes was a whole sea of flowers. She stood stunned at the door, her gaze stopped where the man sat at the back of the car. Her heart immediately pounded, the longing accumulated throughout more than a month passed as if exploded in the moment. This is... In Zhou Can Wu's hand was a bouquet of flowers, behind him also hung decorative light strings. Warm light covered him fully, making his whole body as if wrapped by a gentle light. Congratulations on your wrap-up. He stepped forward, personally handed the bouquet to her. Nghi Tu Duan was still a bit flustered, in her chest as if there was a surging fire making her whole body flush hot. He brushed past her, stepped to close the car door, keeping the warmth tightly within the small, confined space. She turned her head. Zhou Can Wu was already standing right behind her. The time recently. Her voice carried much longing and anticipation, but the words just came to her mouth and choked back. She had not yet finished speaking. He had already spoken. The time recently I was busy handling company work. I still saw your messages, but truly had no time to reply. I am sorry. Already countless times, he tried to suppress the churning longing, wanting to call and ask her how she was doing recently. But during the day he had no time to check private messages, and in the evening, he worked overtime until late. It was like that for more than a month. He did not dare to message, because he knew that if he sent it, she would definitely reply. But he could not reply in time, which would only make her more disappointed. Instead, he chose to gather all the longing into one day, to directly meet. I really miss you. Zhou Can Wu looked deep into her jet-black eyes, this time no longer beating around the bush, frankly spoke out what was hidden in his heart. Nghi Tu Duan pursed her lips, her heart trembled subtly. She bowed her head to look at the bouquet. A faint smile bloomed amidst the fragrant flowers. In the warm space, she softly said, did you prepare all these things? Zhou Can Wu reached out his hand to take the bouquet in her hand, placing it on the table. Before her dazed eyes, he smiled gently. On the mainland there is a tradition that a relationship will officially begin with a bouquet of flowers and a clear confession. I don't know what kind of flowers you like, so I bought all the most beautiful bouquets in the shop. As for this arrangement, it is based on what Din Din told me about your preferences. His large hand clasped her hand, gently holding it in his palm. He suddenly switched to Cantonese, his deep voice becoming even more charming. May I have the honor of becoming your man? Old memories seemed to reappear before her eyes. It seemed just yesterday they had just met, but now it was as if a very long time had passed. Nghi Tu Duan stood dazed before this scene. His last words kept echoing in her head. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curve up. When faced with matters of the heart, she always seemed a little clumsy. I seem to have no reason to refuse at all. Zhou Can Wu slightly raised an eyebrow and smiled. Miss Nghi, are you really going to kiss someone and then not take responsibility? The old matter had passed a month ago, but he still brought it up to tease. Nghi Tu Duan was no longer shyly angry like at first. Instead she bloomed a truly bright smile. She reached out her cold hands, imitating the action of that time she was drunk, cupped his face, stood on tiptoe. Due to the height difference, he immediately bent down to cooperate. Lips touched lips, soft and gentle. Just a light touch. She stood steadily down again, the smile at the corner of her lips becoming clearer. "I've already accidentally been entangled by you, so of course I must take responsibility." Their eyes met. In their eyes only the other's figure remained, both blooming. Identical smiles. Chu Zanvu with one hand supported her waist, with one hand embraced her nape, gently bending down. Nghi Tu Duan with both hands circled his neck, sober and active, immersed in that deep passionate kiss. Chapter 45 The Taste He Likes. The separation lasting over 40 days made this reunion even more filled with emotion. Arriving at the hotel, Nghi Tu Duan immediately packed her luggage during the night, preparing to return to Hozhong with Chu Zanvu. It couldn't be said that she didn't like this place, it was just that her heart was eager to return to the place that belonged to his life. As if only in Hozhong could she breathe. They took the high-speed train back. The speed was very fast, only taking a few hours. On the train there were not many passengers, they sat in the first row. Nghi Tu Duan had not eaten dinner. On the way she took some snacks to fill her stomach. She pulled her mask down halfway, both watching a movie and nibbling on a small bread. Not knowing what she thought of, she suddenly turned her head to look at Chu Zanvu, asking curiously. "That day I was lost on Hong Kach Mountain, how did you find me so quickly?" From the time he received the news until he reached Hon Diem, and still had to arrange people to go up the mountain, all within just a few hours, even if flying it couldn't be that fast. This question she had thought about for a long time but had never received an explanation, only now did she have the opportunity to ask him. The man beside her gently covered her with a thin blanket, his face from evening until now always carried a smile, his mood unusually good. "Of course I flew here," he replied lightly, as if that matter was nothing to him at all. Seeing he had no intention of seriously explaining, Nghi Tu Duan also lost interest in finding out more, pouted her lips, turned her head back and continued watching the movie, gnawing on a cake. Chu Zanvu tilted his head to look at her, in his eyes was a gentle warmth like a full moon reflected in the water, seemingly deeply absorbed. He was not deliberately hiding anything, he just felt there was no need to elaborate on those details. To Chu Zanvu, as long as he could find her, as long as she was safe and sound, even if it cost however much effort, whatever method was used, it was not worth mentioning, even if he had to kneel down before the father whom he never respected. The situation that day was too urgent. The moment he knew Nghi Tu Duan had an incident, the first thing he did was to tell Tan Du to immediately check the flight that night. But the flight times were all too late. His mind immediately thought of the resources that the family still held. His father Chu Trongqiu had been suffering from cancer for over 3 years, still living in quiet recuperation in a mountain manor. Although he had withdrawn from the business world for many years, outside, his glorious achievements still circulated. The Chu Corporation was currently run by Chu Zanvu, but an elder was still an elder. All matters big and small in the Chu family still could not be separated from Chu Trongqiu's decisions. That night was the first time the father and son met again after 3 years of separation. In Chu Zanvu's heart, he had always resented this father who had lost his conscience and humanity, once thinking that he would never meet him again in his entire life, until separated by life and death. Unexpectedly, there would be a day he would have to appeal to him. The Chu family had a private jet, and even built a private airfield many years ago, but the right to dispatch it belonged to the head of the family. Chu Zanvu could not use it without permission, so he had no choice but to drive through the night to the manor. Not having met for 3 years, Chu Trongqiu already showed some traces of time. Even so, his body was not at all emaciated. Despite illness clinging to his body, he still exuded a powerful aura. Seeing Chu Zanvu, he was extremely surprised. Wearing a fake smile on his face, he dismissed all the household servants, leaving behind an empty space with only the two father and son. "Long time no see, my son looks much more mature now." He leisurely leaned against a real leather sofa. Outside the dark night pressed down like a heavy roar, the rustling sound of the wind through the forest echoed the anger of the sky. Chu Zanvu stood ramrod straight, not bothering to beat around the bush. He said, Rectly. Lend me the private jet, the conditions are yours to set. Chu Trongqiu was momentarily stunned, after that he burst into hearty laughter. Didn't you once say that in this entire life you would not beg me? Did this entire life pass by so quickly? Unexpectedly, 3 years have passed and I am still not dead. That must surprise you greatly, mustn't it? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Despite his outward composure, Chu Trongqiu was a seasoned old fox from the battlefield. How could he not recognize the urgency in his eyes? The more urgent he was, the more Chu Trongqiu wanted to toy with him a bit. My good son, since you have taken the initiative to come and beg me, I will not make it difficult for you. 3 years have passed and I haven't heard you call me father once, so how about this, you kneel down and call me father once, make me happy and I will give you the right to dispatch it. As soon as the words fell, Chu Zanvu did not hesitate at all. One leg knelt down with a thud on the tiled floor. He straightened his face, then knelt down on both knees, his thick, hoarse voice rang out. Father. Chu Trongqiu was startled by his decisive action, bursting into loud laughter amidst the silent night, to the point that a few birds were awakened and flew wildly. Excellent, excellent, my son truly knows when to bend and when to straighten. I believe, Chu Corporation in your hands will certainly develop more and more. I want the power of command. Chu Zanvu only aimed at the objective, not speaking half a superfluous sentence. The old man on the chair slowly stood up, walked to stand before him, looking down from above. I can give you the power of command, but I still have one condition. Chu Zanvu did not raise his head, his voice echoed above his head in the dimly lit living room. Don't think that just because I leave the corporation I cannot monitor your whereabouts. Did you think your affair with the actress in Hong Kong was known by few? Even if I die, I will absolutely not allow you to marry that kind of woman. This time, seeing you proactively bow your head, I will give you the power of command, but, Ta Corporation is absolutely not allowed to set foot in Houjiang. This is my condition. Leaving the manor, he immediately received a message from Chao Chan reporting that Nghi Tu Duan had lost contact in the mountains. He was not concerned, immediately sped his car towards the airport, while simultaneously arranging for others to go up the mountain to search. In just a few short hours, he had traveled from Houjiang to Hondiem, every step arranged perfectly. Finally, heaven did not fail those who strived. The full moon that night was also like tonight. On the high-speed train speeding past, Nghi Tu Duan closed her eyes, leaning on the man's shoulder, her breathing steady. The night was late, they arrived in Houjiang. Nghi Tu Duan was still not fully awake, groggily following beside Chu Zanvu. A thick scarf and mask covered her face, no one recognized her amidst the crowded station. Sitting in the familiar car, smelling the familiar incense, she immediately felt at ease again. It was still Tan Du driving them home. Nghi Tu Duan continued to catch a nap in the car. Perhaps because it had been too long since she had a good night's sleep, so tonight she slept extremely peacefully. Arriving at Du Man Villa, Nghi Tu Duan was already deep in sleep, so Chu Zanvu carried her into the house. Dao Du had run out to the door from afar to welcome them. Seeing its owner it immediately jumped up, intending to pounce on him. Chu Zanvu stepped back half a step, giving a low-voiced command. Dao Du, sit down. The little dog immediately obediently sat down, sticking out its tongue, its gaze fixed on him. Chu Zanvu carried the girl upstairs. Dao Du still sat motionless in place. He almost didn't need to think, carrying her straight into his bedroom, gently placing her under the blanket, taking off her shoes, taking off her coat, pulling the blanket up to her chin. Finally, he turned on the air conditioner in the room and then quietly left. Downstairs, he prepared some late-night food for Dao Du, then went into the tea room, beginning to brew tea alone. Since after returning from Hondiem, he again buried his head in work every day, life revolving around the company and home, to the point time to converse also not had, let alone enjoying tea, a thing originally already became a luxury. Inside the house, the heating was on continuously, the outer coat became superfluous. He took it off, hung it on the arm of the armchair, then slowly arranged the tea set already long not used. After carefully rinsing clean each item with hot water, he stood up to choose a type of tea he liked from inside the cabinet. Everything all took place leisurely, gracefully. While enjoying tea, each gesture of his exuded an elegant tranquil appearance. Tea just steeped, outside the door rang out a knocking sound, a male voice deep low rang out behind the door. "Come in." Nghi Tu Duan tiptoed pushed the door and stepped in, a pleasant tea fragrance immediately spread. She shuffled slippers, each step walked to behind the screen, sat down opposite him. "You're awake?" Zhou Can Wu put the teacup down, his gaze stopped on her. Nghi Tu Duan just woke up immediately went straight out, not wore extra coat, fortunately in the room still enough warm. She softly nodded her head, glanced at the tea table arranged neatly, then raised her head and asked. "Late like this still drinking tea, aren't you afraid of losing sleep?" Both just like that sat opposite each other. Because he knew she not suited taste with this type of strong-flavored and astringent tea, Zhou Can Wu did not pour for her. Cannot sleep also not is a matter of 1 or 2 days anymore. He spoke indifferently, but made Nghi Tu Duan froze. Her eyes shimmering like water fleetingly shone with pity. "Lately you must have struggled very much, right?" Actually, she once contacted with Tan Du one time, heard said Zhou Can Wu these past few days every night also overtime until late night. She once intended to send a message to him, but each time she opened the chat frame she again silently exited. The man's gaze softened again, all sharpness all dissipated, looking at her with a gentle gaze full of fondness. He softly curved the corner of his lips. "You also struggled already?" Nghi Tu Duan stared blankly looked into that pair of deep profound eyes filled with affection, could not speak into words. Then she burst out laughing, reached her hand to take a teacup, gestured told him pour for herself a cup. Zhou Can Wu was slightly surprised. "Not as you not used to this taste of tea? Want to try to see what kind of taste you like?" She silently looked at the green tea water clear like jade poured full into the cup, resembling a natural lake tranquil, elegant and pure. Seemingly this is exactly the type of tea that the first time she came to Zhou Can Wu's house, he had used to entertain her, the type he liked most. Nghi Tu Duan sipped a mouthful, the bitter, astringent taste immediately spread throughout her oral cavity making her tightly furrow her brows. She truly could not like this bitter taste that permeated deep into her heart soul. She found it hard to understand, coffee, no matter how bitter, she could still drink, why when it came to tea, she simply couldn't bear it. Her small face was wrinkled in a grimace. "How can you like drinking this thing? It's too bitter." She truly couldn't understand for what reason people who are fascinated by tea were so. Zhou Can Wu looked at her grimacing face and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I'm not sure either, perhaps drinking it continuously made me accustomed to it." He didn't have any particular preferences, but in front of Nghi Tu Duan, he always wanted to display everything he liked and was good at. The temperature in the room grew higher and higher, the sweater on him began to create a feeling of stuffiness. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a string of agarwood prayer beads wrapped around his wrist, which was precisely the gift Nghi Tu Duan had given. Nghi Tu Duan held the teacup, gazed intently at the man's hand for a very long time, then lowered her head, softly sipping another mouthful. Although the tea was still bitter and astringent, the corners of her lips subtly curved up, full of mischief. Chapter 46 Sleeping Together. The two of them sat in the tea room for a very long time, telling each other about the things they had seen, experienced, and felt throughout the past few days. It was unclear if it was due to the effect of the tea or not, but the more they conversed, the more alert they both became. Zhou Can Wu particularly liked Nghi Tu Duan's face grimacing from bitterness after drinking tea, both adorable and resilient. In the quiet of the night, the wall clock rang its chimes whenever the hour arrived. When that sound ring out for the third time, Chu Zanvu poured out all the remaining tea in the pot. Nghi Tu Duan looked at his actions, puzzled. Not drinking anymore. She had begun to be able to accept this flavor, still craving more, so she drained the rest of the tea in her cup. It's already 3 o'clock, if we don't sleep, we'll have to brew morning tea later. He spoke while lowering his head to clear the tea table. His lean, firm arm was exposed in the air, his distinct finger joints holding the small teacup rim. In that restraint, a subtle, indescribable sense of asceticism was revealed. Nghi Tu Duan watched him work intently, her gaze gentle. The rhythm of her heart in her chest seemed to merge with the ticking sound of the clock. Within her sight and within her mind, there was only his silhouette. She watched him meticulously clear the tea table, then put away the tea and the teaware set into the cabinet. When he walked to her side, extended his hand, his gaze full of affection. "Let's go." She lifted her face, their gazes met, vague yet clear. She placed her hand into his palm, where there was the same warmth as this room. The two of them, holding hands, left the tea room, stopping before the bedroom door. Suddenly she slightly hesitated, squeezed his hand tightly. "We sleep together?" Chu Zanvu turned his head, extended his hand to push the room door slightly ajar. The soft orange light inside shone upon them, in his eyes a trace of impurity fleetingly appeared. "If you are AF Raid, I can sleep in the living room." He spoke very straightforwardly. As a proper and upright man, as long as she said one word, he absolutely would not step into the room half a step. Wind wafted through the door, Nghi Yun shivered from the cold, immediately pulled him into the room. What's there to be afraid of? Beside Chu Zanvu, sometimes she also had a bit of shyness, but most of the time was very natural instead. Both of them are adults, whatever they do, they can take responsibility for themselves, let alone now they are official lovers, so if anything happens it is also an understandable matter. The man's gaze looking at her gradually became hazy, the corners of his mouth curved up in the dim light, making one not see clearly his expression. He followed her into the bathroom to brush teeth and wash face. The two of them stood together in front of the mirror. In the mirror her smile was reflected, making him fleetingly think he was dreaming. The happiness at this moment truly was unreal. For they, truly are together now. In memory the first time they met seemed only just yesterday. If 10 years ago he did not attend that graduation party, would it be that this whole life they would just like that pass each other by? If that day he did not save her in the crowd. Luckily, both are still good. Luckily, he found her once again. After finishing washing face, the two of them changed into pajamas, then together burrowed into one blanket, turned off the light. The man reached out his hand to hold her in his embrace, the thin fabric rubbing against each other transmitted warmth. Chu Zanvu. In the darkness, Nghi Yun blinked her eyes. He closed his eyes, the reply was only a brief deep sound emitted from inside his throat. She nestled deeper into his embrace, her nose filled with the gentle agarwood scent on his body. The scent had a soothing effect, making her restless heart also easily become peaceful again. Nghi Yun also closed her eyes, softly said, "Good night." In the quiet room, as the words just finished, she immediately felt a gentle and warm kiss on her forehead. It was his lips. Above her head rang out a deep raspy voice. "Good night." Early the next morning, Shenjili returned from Hengdian. Throughout this time, she had been busy filming with the crew. News was blocked, and she was completely unaware that the Min family had experienced major upheavals. Ever since Min Ao Corporation ceased cooperation with Chu Corporation, Min Ao's stock continuously plummeted. Old Master Min was so angry that despite his old age, he still had to return to the company to rectify the situation. Unknown why Min Hang's private matters reached the old master's ears, fearing that this would affect the corporation's reputation, he secretly demoted Min Hang repeatedly. Recently, he was always restless and uneasy, nothing he did went smoothly. It is said that due to Min Ao's stock price dropping, Grace Company was also affected, and its Situation deteriorated. In just a short month, Min Ao was almost pushed to suffocation. If it weren't for the consideration for Chu Wantruk, perhaps Chu Zanyu would not have given Min Ao any chance to breathe. Shen Jili had just arrived back at the Min family's villa. Only Chu Wantruk and Min Jianan were in the house. She handed her luggage to the butler and asked in puzzlement. "Sister-in-law, isn't grandfather home?" Chu Wantruk was teaching Min Jianan to recognize characters. She turned her head upon hearing the sound, a rare smile blooming. "How come you're back today? I thought you'd still play for a few more days. Your maternal grandfather has gone to the company. He'll probably only return tonight." Hearing that, Shen Jili's eyes widened in surprise. Grandfather has gone to the company? Then what about eldest brother? The matter of Min Hang's affair was still a secret. Before that, Shen Jili only knew that the couple had a period of not getting along, frequently quarreling, to the point that even Min Jianan was taken elsewhere, fearing that the child seeing the scene of parents exchanging harsh words would affect its childhood. Chu Wantruk stroked little Bao's head, letting the child play by herself, then turned her head and said to Shen Jili, "Recently, something happened at home. Min Hang has been demoted. The old master worried the corporation couldn't recover, so lately he has had to go to the company, busy until his eyes darkened." Hearing her tone, light like clouds and wind, and the way she referred to family members like outsiders, Shen Jili felt certain that the family had a big problem that she was completely unaware of. She grasped Chu Wantruk's hand, full of worry. How can grandfather's health endure it? What exactly happened? From a young age, Shen Jili had grown up beside her maternal grandfather. Although the old master was strict, he also deeply loved his children and grandchildren. Hearing the news that he disregarded his body to handle company matters, she could not be at ease. "They didn't let me tell you." Chu Wantruk helplessly raised her hand. She originally didn't even care. These matters, no matter how many people knew, wouldn't affect her at all. Ever since discovering Min Hang's affair, she had vented all her emotions at once, so now, facing him, she could calmly call him husband without a trace of affection. When a woman no longer believes in love, then even if the man is deeply infatuated, he is no different from a puddle of slushy mud in front of them. Even to step on it, she would still fear dirtying her shoes. Unable to ask anything, Shen Jili was restless all afternoon. By evening, when old Master Min returned home, she joyfully pounced into his arms to act spoiled, but was sternly pushed away by him. She stood stunned and frozen in place. "Grandfather." Old Master Min wearily lifted his head, patted her shoulder lightly. For now, you should go back to the Shen family's house. Your paternal grandparents surely miss you too by now." Shen Jili blankly looked at him, her voice choked up. "Yes. I know." She watched him, leaning on his cane, climbing the stairs step by step, his back hunched, wearily and silently. Many things she wanted to say choked up in her heart, but seeing his figure quietly disappearing upstairs, she couldn't bear to let him worry about anything more. Mind chaotic, she did not understand why a family currently peaceful and warm suddenly became like this just after one far trip. Wanting to find someone to ask clearly, but not until late at night, Min Hang finally returned. On him was strongly fragrant with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes, completely no longer having the elegant appearance of before. Seeing the eldest brother, once elegant, now drunkenly returned, she only then deeply understood what was the scene remaining but people gone. She switched target to Chu Zanvu, the next morning immediately ran to Chu Corporation. But the secretary said today he did not come to the company. She immediately drove to Du Man Villa. Last night the sky again poured snow, the yard covered with a thin layer. Dao Du happily ran about freely in the snow, its white fur as if merged into one with earth and sky. It liked to bury its face into the pile of snow, as if doing so then no one would find it anymore. Nghi Tu Duan was playing frisbee with it in the yard. Person and dog frolicked excitedly. Hearing the sound of the doorbell, Dao Du immediately dro. Ped the frisbee, sat down vigilantly, raised its head and barked twice. Nghi Tu Duan went to open the door, seeing the person who arrived, her complexion not at all surprised. On the contrary, it was Tam Jai. When she saw her then was stunned for a moment, after that awkwardly pursed her lips. When at the film crew she intentionally acted cold towards Nghi Tu Duan, thinking that having passed this stage would not have to meet again, unexpectedly just after finishing filming had again encountered. "Are you looking for Zhou Can Wu? He is meeting upstairs, a little later will come down." Nghi Tu Duan invited her in, did not show any attitude even though before had been treated coldly, on the contrary even proactively brewed tea to invite the guest. Tam Jai looked at her for a moment, then indifferently said, "Are you the mistress of this house? Why must you be so busy?" Nghi Tu Duan sat opposite, lightly curved her lips full of thought. "I don't remember having ever done anything to offend you, why do you keep avoiding me?" Now even speak sarcastically. "Your mood is also too erratic. Think whatever you want. Anyway, I am only a normal colleague of yours." The words normal colleague were like a needle piercing Nghi Tu Duan's heart. This sentence seemed to have been heard somewhere, but for a moment she could not remember. Just at that moment, Zhou Can Wu from upstairs walked down, the sound of footsteps increasingly close, both without agreement together looked towards the stairs. In his hand he held a brown scarf. When entering the living room gently draped it onto someone's neck was playing with Dao Du Fun. Even the scarf forgotten in the study room also did not know. Nghi Tu Duan pulled his hand away, signaled that in the room there were still people. Tam Jai looked at the scene of two people being intimate, in her heart a certain feeling arose, she had to lower her eyes to avoid the gaze that stirred people's hearts. She had once loved someone very deeply, even if willingly accepting him loving someone else, but still could not avoid the feeling of sorrow. Zhou Can Wu finished draping the scarf, his gaze then shifted to the person opposite. "Want to know the story of the Min family? Then follow me up to the study room." Tam Jai immediately raised her head, surprised by his astuteness, at the same time also yearned to know the truth. Thus the two people together went upstairs. Nghi Tu Duan still sat in her place, face without emotion. The matter of the Min family, last night Zhou Can Wu had told her. No one in the Min family wanted to mention it, because such scandalous matters the fewer people knew the better. So Tam Jai coming to find him to ask about the matter, completely fell within expectations. She began to think of the phrase normal colleague from a moment ago, that phrase sounded very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Memories related to her and Shanjiale gradually enlarged in her head, just as she was about to remember, the phone on the table vibrated. She picked it up to look. Sender An. Meet tomorrow at 7 p.m. at Fatar Restaurant in the Hong Kong Commercial Building. Chapter 47. Even harder to drink than tea. Recently, Nghi Tu Duan had thought about many issues. Almost every day, she reread all the documents and had sent from beginning to end, trying to find any loophole or trace, but there was none. However, these documents all clearly indicated that in the car accident that year there were human-caused factors, and all traces were trying to lead her to suspect one person. Actually, ever since she knew and had intentionally modified these documents, she had thought whether someone was deliberately leading her to make a wrong inference. But each time she finished reading the content, she clearly felt someone wanted her to shift her suspicion towards another subject. Xie Xian appeared too frequently in the investigation documents, having long been the person Nghi Tu Duan focused on suspecting the most. However, later, she discovered that each time she received new documents, new characters were added, as if trying to disperse suspicion. But Nghi Tu Duan's mind was still very clear from beginning to end, she had never suspected others. In the study, Zhou Can Wu and Shanjiale sat opposite each other on the small reception sofa. On the low coffee table in front of them were 2 cups of coffee, the kind of freshly ground coffee beans that he and Nghi Tu Duan had brewed that morning. After objectively finishing presenting the current situation of the Min family, Shanjiale's expression was both heartbroken and awkward. Unexpectedly, in just a few short months, Min AO and Chu Corporation had once again stood on 2 opposing front lines. Last time the 2 sides shook hands to reconcile was because of their in-law relationship. Now its collapse was precisely due to the marital conflict. Such things had happened, yet until now no one from the Min family had said anything to her, perhaps afraid she would worry, affecting her work. But Shunjiale herself clearly felt that between her and the Min family members, there was always some invisible barrier. Perhaps because she was the only person carrying a different surname in the family, she had always been very sensitive from beginning to end. In this entire matter, she completely had no standing, not even counted as an outsider, yet she still always worried for them. Now sitting opposite Zhou Can Wu, she also lowered her voice and said, "Brother Can Wu, no matter how things ultimately turn out, I just hope you don't push them to the absolute limit." The current situation was already too clear. Min Ao's influence was increasingly weakening. If they insisted on resisting Chu Corporation to the end, the outcome could only be a tragedy. Zhou Can Wu's methods, even Shunjiale, who had never been involved in the business world, also heard his name and was scared. Outside the window, bare tree branches shed snow. A small bird landed on the branch, chirping loudly. Zhou Can Wu sipped a mouthful of coffee. The bitter taste spread to the tip of his tongue, completely without any sweetness, but his expression did not change at all. "This matter is not decided by me," he said indifferently. A statement had made clear the truth. Tam Jai Li also immediately understood. This war without smoke and guns, Chu Zan Wu was not the initiator. Even if finally the Min family collapsed, he also would not take the opportunity to strike one more blow. It's just that he could not stop someone who kept stubbornly rushing their head into the gun barrel. Everything was already too clear. Tam Jai Li also did not feel it was appropriate to say anything more. Actually, even if she already knew everything, she also couldn't do anything, because no one needed her. Before leaving, she asked Chu Zan Wu one last question. "You and older sister Tu Duan are together?" Hearing that name, Chu Zan Wu's movement of drinking coffee paused. His calm gaze finally also revealed a smile. Tam Jai Li slightly lowered her head and gave a bitter smile. Her gaze fell to the tip of her shoe, mumbling indistinctly then, "I wish you two happiness." Having said that, she opened the door and went outside. Although in her heart she had long since guessed the result, but after personally hearing the confirmation, in her heart she still could not stop the choking bitterness, even more bitter tea. The cup of coffee just now. But if the two of them had already come together, she also could only silently wish them well, hoping they would not walk into the tracks of an overturned cart like Min Hong and Chu Yuyan truck. She prepared to leave. When passing by the living room she also did not greet Nghi Tu Duan. But Nghi Tu Duan however called her back before she stepped out the door. "Stay and eat lunch." Tam Jai Li turned her head, unexpectedly facing that clear and gentle gaze. Clearly she had been aloof towards Nghi Tu Duan for a period of time, yet why could the other person still so naturally treat her like that? An indescribable emotion surged in her heart. She stood bewildered still in place, not knowing whether to go or to stay, until Chu Zan Wu stepped down from upstairs. "Why are you still standing there stunned? I'm calling you to stay and eat, didn't you hear?" His voice had a pressure that made people not dare to resist. Tam Jai Li bit her lip, and heavily lifted her foot. She stopped in the middle of the living room. "Older sister Tu Duan, can we talk for a bit?" Nghi Tu Duan was peeling an orange, hearing that then smiled and stood up, handing the half-peeled orange to Chu Zan Wu. He naturally took it, and conveniently adjusted her scarf that was askew. "Going outside, remember to wear a coat." The gentle voice echoed by her ear. Tam Jai Li saw the scene before her eyes, and could not help but feel bitter. She had countless times dreamed of a day being treated like that beside Chu Zan Wu. Unfortunately he had never returned her true feelings. So it turns out he was not an unfeeling person, it's just that, he just didn't like her. Chu Zan Wu continued peeling the orange, but did not eat it, instead one by one placed the segments into an empty plate beside him. Nghi Tu Duan obediently put on her coat, walked around the sofa and stepped out. "Go to the terrace and sit for a bit?" But it took 2 seconds. Tam Jai Li only then slowly nodded all right. Having finished speaking, the two people went upstairs together. Tam Jai Li walked behind Nghi Tu Duan, never thought there would be a day to see Zhou Can Wu in love with her own eyes, and the person he loved was precisely the person she once disliked. The two people stepped onto the rooftop, where a thin layer of snow covered it. She came to Zhou Can Wu's house only a few times. The deepest place she had ever set foot in was also just his study room. The rooftop was a place she had never stepped into. Looking at Nghi Tu Duan walking ahead, leading the way familiarly, Tam Jili finally also had to face reality. They truly were together already. The two people stepped into the glass house. The temperature inside was warm, the space was spacious, and there were also tables and chairs arranged. It seemed this place frequently had people coming and going. "Sit down." Nghi Tu Duan pulled her to sit down. The gentle scent of flowers spread all around, not strong at all, Ami. This colorful world of flowers and leaves, on the contrary, made people feel much more relaxed and comfortable. "You don't ask why lately I haven't contacted you." Tam Jili looked blankly. These words even now still found it hard to open her mouth. Although her actions also had reasons, but now thinking back, still felt unfair to Nghi Tu Duan. Nghi Tu Duan lightly curved her lips, as if smiling, as if not, did not answer but asked back that phrase, "Just normal colleagues, where did you hear it from?" Just now downstairs, she had tried to recall. That phrase was when she was still hospitalized, when asked by Zhang Man Na, because she didn't want Zhang Man Na to get angry, so she lied, although afterwards she had explained clearly, but unexpectedly Tam Jili actually knew the matter. She once thought of many possibilities where Tam Jili heard it from, not wanting to causelessly suspect her friend, so she decided to ask directly. Tam Jili intertwined her fingers under the table, her hesitant gaze looked at her. "Sorry, Sister Tu Duan." She bowed her head in apology. "That day at the hospital, I originally intended to wait for you to finish talking with Miss Zhang then go in, so I stood outside the door, accidentally heard the conversation of the two of you." At that time Zhang Man Na suddenly appeared. As soon as she saw her, immediately scolded her harshly. After knowing Zhang Man Na was Nghi Tu Duan's childhood best friend, she became even more timid, wanted to approach but was afraid because of the relationship between the two of them, dared not come near. That day, accidentally hearing the conversation between them made her inner self, which was already torn, even heavier. Already being Nghi Tu Duan's best friend and yet hated her so much, and was just normal colleagues, Tam Jili thought she didn't need to continue tormenting herself anymore, decisively stay away from that relationship that exhausted her spirit. Several times intended to ask about her, but in her heart was extremely miserable. The day Nghi Tu Duan was discharged from the hospital, she originally didn't intend to come, but in the end still walked out the door as if possessed by a ghost. And yet after meeting, she again couldn't open her mouth. It kept dragging on like that, finally also made Nghi Tu Duan's enthusiasm cool down. Tam Jili was originally an extremely sensitive person, in any relationship was also the easiest to be hurt. Hearing her finish speaking, Nghi Tu Duan gently sighed with relief. Although it felt a bit improper, just now she truly had suspected whether it was Jiang Min Na who had secretly come to find Shenjiali. Fortunately she did not do so. Regarding Shenjiali unintentionally eavesdropping, she also felt nothing, just turned her head to look outside the transparent glass wall, just as snow was falling. She said, secretly eavesdropping, it truly makes me disappointed." Shenjiali looked sideways at her face, herein. This sentence her heart went cold by half a beat. CNMD, in her head thought about what to do to make up for the mistakes. And yet the next second, again heard Nghi Tu Duan continue speaking. "Then I'll punish you by drinking up a cup of coffee brewed by me, I will forgive." Having said that, she saw Shenjiali stunned in a daze, seemingly not expecting the punishment to be cruel to that extent. "Zhou Can, you said the coffee I brewed is very unpalatable, told me to take it to people who like sweets to drink. Thinking it over and over, you are very suitable for this punishment." Because Nghi Tu Duan brewed coffee without adding sugar at all, 100 concentrated, that day Zhou Can, after drinking one sip, immediately made a remark, "This is even more unpalatable than my tea." Nghi Tu Duan. There are some people who, judging by appearance, would think they are smart, but when they open their mouth, they stab others 800, and self-harm themselves 1000. Shen Jiali could not help but burst out laughing. With a fut sound, brother Zhen Yu is not like someone who would say those kind of words. After speaking, she was again lost in thought. Today she had seen quite a few other sides of Chu Zhenyu. Seemingly there was also nothing to be surprised about anymore. A moment ago, drinking coffee in the study room, she also wondered why it was so bitter, just took a sip and already couldn't drink it anymore. And yet Chu Zhenyu did not stop at all. When she left she still saw his cup of coffee had bottomed out. Thinking of this, Shen Jiali gently sighed and bowed her head, heard the voice from the opposite side speak up. The day I was discharged from the hospital, while eating I intended to find an opportunity to talk with you, but was interrupted. At that time she asked Shen Jiali to go to the restroom with her, originally wanting to seize the chance to clarify the misunderstanding between the two of them, but Jiang Min Na actively took the initiative to go along, causing that opportunity to vanish. Later, wanting to talk, again there was no occasion, until today. Before, every time I wanted to find you, I always wanted to explain. Jiali, you are not just an ordinary colleague of mine. Those words I once said were not well thought out. I must admit, you are a very good friend. What I said wrong, should apologize to you. Therefore, you don't need to blame yourself. Nghi Tu Duan seriously looked at her. Every sentence all came from the heart, sincere and heartfelt. After a long time together, they completely could become very close friends. The misunderstandings had passed, will only make their friendship even deeper. Shen Jiali looked straight into her eyes. Perhaps this was the only thing in recent days that could soothe her mood. Yes. She nodded very forcefully. In the family's distress, the emotions at this moment truly made her touched to the point of welling up with tears. Chapter 48. Little Thoughtless. The two girls, after unraveling the knots in their hearts, then held hands together, walked downstairs. Chu Zhenvu still sat in the same old spot. The jade-white porcelain plate which was originally empty just now was piled full with ripe, juicy tangerines, the fresh, bright orange color eye-catching. He turned his head to look at the two people, clapped his hands lightly, then asked. Finished chatting already, right? Tam Jai Li's eyes were still red-rimmed as if just finished crying, but the corners of her mouth curved upwards, looking not at all like someone who had just experienced a sad thing. It seemed like they had made peace already. These tangerines, can I eat them? Tam Jai Li sniffled, turned her head to ask Nghi Tu Duan. That plate of tangerines was fresh and delicious and juicy, moreover was carefully arranged by Chu Zhenvu into a pyramid shape. Just looking at it already made one want to eat it. Nghi Tu Duan nodded. Of course it's all right. The person who truly had merit was again forgotten, while she became the person holding the power to decide. Tam Jai Li happily skipped over, exactly like an innocent child. The second hand still ticked by. Time silently swept towards the point of no return. The clock's steady sound echoed in the house. Such peaceful days were the wish of everyone. After eating lunch at Chu Zhenvu's house, Tam Jai Li then returned. The matters of the Min family she could not intervene in. Thinking carefully again, at the Min family's house she was always pampered like a princess, but never had the right to intervene in any big matters. Perhaps like the old man of the Min family once said, Jai Li, no matter what, you are still a Tam. The roadside scenery was bleak and desolate. Snow accumulated by the roadside further made the dry tree branches even colder. From Duman Villa returning to the Min family's house, along the road traffic was bustling, yet her heart gradually became peaceful. Arriving home, after packing her luggage she quietly got into the car and left. Didn't text, didn't inform anyone, she only hoped that when they returned home, there would be someone who cared to ask where she had gone. But Tam Jai Li did not wander aimlessly, but listened to the old man and returned to the Tam family's house. It seemed no matter where she went, she was an unwelcome child. Perhaps it was because from a young age she lived at the Min family's house, so her paternal grandparents didn't much love her. Moreover, the Tam family again valued sons over daughters. That was the reason she decided to live with her maternal grandfather. Stepping into the house, the scene of a warm and happy family before her eyes made people dazzled. Seeing Tam Jai Li return, the two grandparents only sat in the living room, lifted their heads from their grandson's pile of toys, the smile on their faces not truly for her. Jai Li is back, is she? Grandpa, Grandma. She awkwardly forced out a smile, greeted once and then hurriedly went upstairs. The house was so large, many people witnessed her return, but not a single person proactively helped her carry her luggage, not even anyone asked a question how she was living lately. If it were at the Min family home, her two older brothers would have long ago, one pulling luggage, the other asking what delicious dish she wanted to eat that evening. Her entire heart was filled with bitterness, silently sighing. Underscore 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 underscore. After Nghi Tu Duan saw Tam Jai Li off, she immediately turned back and plunged into Chu Zanvu's arms. Dao Du nearby saw the two embrace, unsure if it was also sensing the happy atmosphere or not, so it jumped around joyfully. Chu Zanvu hugged her back, lowered his head and softly asked, "What's wrong?" Nghi Tu Duan shook her head in his embrace, softly sighed. "Tomorrow I have to go back to Hong Kong for a trip." She had agreed to meet and, actually, in her heart, she was also quite curious who the person on the other side would be. She had a few guesses, both anticipating and fearing, afraid that person was exactly who she was thinking of. "Do you want me to go with you?" Chu Zanvu pressed his lips onto the top of her head, his large hand gently rubbed her back. Nghi Tu Duan shook her head again. "You just stay busy with work, I will probably be back quickly." Chu Zanvu was supposed to go to the company today, but early in the morning, he was reluctant and couldn't bear to leave the person in his arms, hugging her so tightly that he was late for RK, finally deciding to work from home. However, after waking up, he again made coffee with her, ate breakfast. It wasn't until she urged him several times, that he unwillingly stepped into the workroom. Including the time Tam Jai Li arrived, today he had worked for not yet 2 hours. As expected, love makes people depraved. Nghi Tu Duan was truly worried if she kept staying here, Chu Corporation would collapse in his hands. Chu Zanvu chuckled softly. "Lately, there isn't much work either, you don't need to worry about the company going bankrupt." He easily saw through her thoughts, making Nghi Tu Duan also laugh along. Enveloped by his steady breath, she closed her eyes, hugging him a little tighter. "All right, I won't worry anymore." The two stayed home enjoying a leisurely time, reluctant and not wanting to leave the current sweet moment. Nghi Tu Duan booked an early flight for the next day to return to Hong Kong. She had been away from home for 3 months, Ta Huin surely missed her a lot. Before, when filming in Hong Kong, she would still often return home. This was the first time away from home for so long. Although Ta Huin rarely made contact, he still always secretly asked Ta Ap Tri to buy all sorts of things to send to her. Before, Ta Ap Tri was by his side, but now even he had entered the inner palace, leaving him alone to endure for several months. Surely he must be very sad. Sitting on the flight returning home, Nghi Tu Duan felt a joy she had never experienced before. She did not inform Ta Huin beforehand about her impending return, intending to create a surprise for him. She arrived home just in time for lunch. She did not bring any luggage at all. Opening the door and stepping inside, she didn't see Ta Huin anywhere, only Di Fuck was tidying up in the living room. Seeing her return, Di Fuck was so happy she almost dropped the antique vase in her hand. "Tu Duan, child, you're done filming already, aren't you?" Di Fuck hurriedly ran to greet her, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes even deeper than Ta Huin's. Nghi Tu Duan stepped forward and hugged her tightly. "I just wrapped up filming, Di Fuck, do you miss me?" Before Nghi Tu Duan returned to the Ta family home, Di Fuck had already worked here for a long time, even longer than her. It could be said that she watched her grow up day by day. Throughout the past 20 years, Di Fuck had always cared for her like her own child. The intimacy between the two was no less than that with Ta Lao Jia. Of course I miss you so very much. Di Fuck also couldn't hold back, the corners of her eyes reddening. This was the first time in so many years that Nghi Tu Duan had traveled far alone. Not only was Ta Lao Jia worried, but Di Fuck also couldn't sit still. Each time she heard a bit of news from Ta Lao Jia about Nghi Tu Duan, Di Fuck would sigh, fearing that she, alone in a foreign land, had to endure hardship. Di Fuck secretly wiped her tears, then hurriedly pulled Nghi Tu Duan to sit down. Surely Chairman Ta is done with work by now. He must be about to arrive home. I haven't informed him beforehand, so later, when he enters the house, he will definitely be surprised. You'll see. The two of them, like mother and daughter, chattered as they discussed the plan to surprise Ta Huin. Nghi Tu Duan nodded in cooperation. Indeed, she had also intended to do just that. She sat in the living room for a moment. Di Fuck then busied herself making tea and pouring water, fearing she was hungry, and even brought out 2 large plates of fruit along with several snacks for her to have a bite beforehand. Nghi Tu Duan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She truly felt cherished by a mother. If her birth parents were still alive, then by now she would also be a child doted upon and loved by her mother all day long. Thinking of that, the car accident from years past couldn't help but appear in her mind, and each time the accident was mentioned, she couldn't stop the suspicion in her heart towards Ta Huin. Exactly at that moment, a sound resonated from the door. Ta Huin had returned home. She had not yet had time to adjust her mood, turning her head back with her face still carrying a lingering trace of sadness. Ta Huin at that moment had not yet seen her, stepping into the house with an exhausted and worn-out appearance. The hair on his head was sparser than before, its color also mixed with a bit more salt and pepper, and his face showed a few more weather-ed lines. When she met Di Fuck just now, she had still thought that the wrinkles on Di Fuck's face were somewhat more numerous than his. But now, looking closely again, the two of them were not much different. Nghi Tu Duan suddenly felt a sting in the bridge of her nose, unable to hold back a choked-up feeling. She stood up and called softly, "Daddy." Hearing the call, Ta Lao Jia was startled and stood stock still in place, slowly turning his head around. When he saw his beloved daughter, with rosy, radiant skin, unexpectedly appear before his eyes, the trace of fatigue between his eyebrows immediately vanished completely. "Oh dear! Isn't this Daddy's darling?" He joyfully opened his arms, and Nghi Tu Duan rushed into his embrace. "Why did you come back without telling Daddy a word beforehand? Today Daddy won't have to go to work at all." The two father and daughter had been separated for a long time. This reunion was full of choked-up emotions. From him always exuded an aura that made one feel at ease. It seemed as if, as long as he was here, she wouldn't need to worry about anything anymore. Nghi Tu Duan tried to suppress her emotions, pouting and complaining, "I wanted to create a surprise for Daddy, but who knew Daddy came home and didn't even see me." The soft complaining voice made Ta Lao Jia's heart feel as if sweet honey was poured into it. He burst into loud laughter, the corners of his eyes crinkled. "Daddy's fault, Daddy apologizes, my daughter." Nghi Tu Duan stepped back Alpha step, gazing at his increasingly aging face. In her heart suddenly arose a feeling of sorrow and turmoil. Ta Lao Jia also looked at her attentively. "My dear daughter went out for several months and clearly became thinner, didn't eat properly, right? Your chin is all pointed now. In the future, don't accept films domestically anymore, you should stay by Daddy's side, it's better." A father, how could he bear to see his child suffer, especially when he saw the girl who was originally frail and thin now had lost weight again? He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "You look at Daddy, see, haven't I gotten fatter?" Ta Lao Jia smiled, in his joy still mixed with a touch of poignancy. "Daddy has been eating a lot lately. You and AP Tri aren't home, Daddy alone can eat all of your two's portions, now I'm fat all over, just look." As he spoke, he patted his own round belly. Nghi Tu Duan was both sad and happy, and also burst out laughing. That's true, Daddy often secretly gets up in the middle of the night to snack. It would be strange if you weren't fat. TSK, this girl Ta Lao Jia pointed at her and laughed. How long has it been since you last saw Daddy? How do you know Daddy still snacks secretly? You and AP try left, and the whole house only has Daddy left. There's as much snack food as I want to eat. What need is there to steal food? My little thoughtless one, hungry yet? Ta Lao Jia dotingly lightly tapped her nose once, then led her by the hand into the dining room. The meal had just been served on the table. The two father and daughter sat down. It had been a very long time since they had a chance to eat together. Because Nghi Tu Duan returned suddenly, the kitchen also managed to add a few more dishes. The dining table was spacious, but there were only two people. Nghi Tu Duan's hand, which was picking up food, suddenly paused. The piece of young rib bone clamped between her chopsticks fell onto the plate. Ta Lao Jia reached out his hand, picked up that piece of rib and put it into her bowl. Look, my child, you must have suffered quite a bit outside, even picking up food. Your hand isn't steady. You should stay by Daddy's side. Only Daddy can take good care of you. Nghi Tu Duan lowered her head and looked at her rice bowl, saying nothing. Seeing her silence, Ta Lao Jia's heart also felt heavy. He hesitated for a moment, then still blurted out the question. This time you're back. You won't leave again, will you? Across from him, Nghi Tu Duan clutched the chopsticks in her hand tightly, raised her head, still did not answer. When the eyes of the two father and daughter met, old Master Ta seemed to have clearly understood the answer in his heart, gently forced a smile. It's nothing. Now the group's branch in Hozhong has also been operating stably. Wait for a little more time. Daddy will go to the mainland with you, go visit the mountains and rivers. Daddy heard a few old retired friends keep praising the mainland but haven't had the chance to go see it. Now Erie's about to be an opportunity. Nghi Tu Duan also picked up a piece of rib and put it into his bowl. Yes, at that time let second brother go to work. As for me and Daddy will roam the scenic landscapes. Chapter 49 Farm Owner. The two father and daughter finished eating lunch together. Originally Ta Huin intended this afternoon not to go to the company, wanted to stay at home to keep Nghi Tu Duan company, but his daughter shook her head disagreeing, urged him to work seriously, and finish work on time. Helplessly, Ta Huin had no choice but to hit the road to the company again after his lunch break. Previously, because of the branch matter, the two father and daughter were each in a different place, both busy for the same thing. Now the branch has basically entered stable operation. The work in the Hong Kong area that Ta Huin needed to handle also became less and less each day, no longer needing to drag his old body to work overtime every day. At home, Nghi Tu Duan tried making coffee herself one more time. Before Ta Huin went out, she made him a cup. He held the cup and took a sip, his bridge of nose slightly wrinkled, but immediately after that he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Before he even finished swallowing, he already raised his thumb, acting extremely satisfied. The daughter looked at him with eyes full of expectation, waiting for feedback from the customer. Ta Huin finished swallowing with difficulty, let out a strong sigh of relief. Worthy of my daughter's skill, truly no different from the coffee from famous shops outside. No, that's not right. How can those shops outside compare? Hearing Dad say that, Nghi Tu Duan finally regained a bit of confidence. Right? I also find it delicious. Perhaps because her innate taste buds were different from others, she couldn't eat overly sweet things. When buying coffee outside, she never added sugar, so very few people suited her taste. Now that she knew how to make coffee herself, in the future she also wouldn't need to run anywhere to buy it anymore. Dad, do you want another cup? Nghi Tu Duan excitedly intended to make more, but Ta Huin hastily waved his hand, pretended to look at his watch. Oh no, Daddy is about to be late for work, let's do it next time. As he spoke, he retreated towards the door. He suddenly felt that the decision to go to work was the right one. If he truly stayed at home, he was afraid Nghi Tu Duan would force him to drink coffee all afternoon. Ta Huin originally did not like things like coffee at all, especially black coffee with no sugar like this. After drinking it was truly unbearable. Nghi Tu Duan watched her father's retreating back in defeat, inexplicably picked up the cup and finished drinking, also squinted her eyes, clucked her tongue full of enjoyment. Masterpiece. This afternoon she had nothing to do, so she immediately sent a message to Zhou Can Wu to show off her new achievement, incidentally teasing him about his terrible taste. The other side seemed to be busy with work, did not respond immediately. After Nghi Tu Duan sent it, she put away her phone, preparing to go out. She intended to go to Little Hong Kong for a trip, because she suddenly thought if she no longer worked as an actress, she might be able to open a coffee shop, incidentally both buying coffee and learning a little experience. She held the keys, drove to Little Port Platform. The last time she came here was a few months ago, when she met Zhou Can Wu on the mountain. Reflecting, the fate between the two people truly was not shallow, the times of chance encounters spread across countless turns of life. From Hozhong to Hong Kong, then to Macau, after that was New Zealand. Nghi Tu Duan parked the car, pulled the handbrake, looked ahead and slightly smiled. She suddenly thought, could it be that from very long ago, from when they still had not known each other, they had once accidentally passed each other countless times? She slightly sighed a breath. In the world there are so many coincidences. Luckily they did not miss each other. Other things she also dared not hope for anything more. Today Hong Kong was warm and sunny. She did not wear thick clothes, but the climate on the mountain was still cold. As soon as she got out of the car she was hit by the cold wind. She quickly ran into the coffee shop. Inside was warm like spring, making people immediately feel as if reborn. Hung Kai Yuan was standing behind the BUC counter, heard the sound of the wind chime at the door ring out, did not lift his head. Welcome, esteemed guest, may I ask what you would like to have? One Americano. Nghi Tu Duan's voice was not too special, but acquaintances would recognize it as soon as they heard it. Hung Kai Yuan heard the familiar sound that had been missing for several months, was startled and lifted his head. As soon as he saw that figure, his youthful face immediately shone like the sun. He looked only about 20 years old. When he smiled he was no different from an adorable golden retriever puppy. Miss Nghi, it's been several months since I last saw you. I heard you went to the mainland to film. Finished filming? Hung Kai Yuan put down the work in his hand, turned his head and told the staff making coffee one Americano. Just wrapped up filming not long ago. It's true, it's been a long time since we met. Nghi Tu Duan smiled gently. She wore a mask, turned her head to look around the shop, still crowded with customers as before. She felt a bit curious. This coffee shop opened all the way up on the mountain. How could it alone beat out the big brands in the city center? Therefore she pulled her mask down, smiled and asked, is your boss here? Hung Kai Yuan paused slightly. Do you have something? Nothing big, just want to ask a bit about what needs to be prepared for opening a coffee shop. She frankly stated her intention. After hearing that, Hung Kai Yuan's bright eyes became even more sparkle. Both surprised and happy. Are you planning to open a coffee shop? Nghi Tu Duan pursed her lips and thought for a moment. Currently she only just had the idea, still not sure if she would implement it, so she needed to come and find out first. I have such an intention, she honestly replied. Hearing her answer like that, Hung Kai Yuan burst into giggles. Are you planning to make your own brand, or do you want to open in a franchise format? Nghi Tu Duan thought for a bit, then looked at him suspiciously. Why are you asking those things? The person standing behind the counter suddenly awkwardly scratched his head. Actually not hiding anything from you, I am precisely the owner of this shop. If you have anything you want to ask, just ask me, it's fine. This answer lay beyond her imagination. Tu Tsang Dai was not an overly famous shop. There was only one store in the world, but its popularity was no less than that of big brands. Even in recommended travel articles in Hong Kong, this coffee shop always ranked in the top 3 most visited. She had not expected that this young man in front of her was precisely the owner of such a renowned coffee shop. Nghi Tu Duan rounded her eyes looking at him, scanning him from top to bottom, still feeling it hard to believe. You are really the owner of the shop? How old are you? Hung Kai Yuyan, it's true, I'm 23 years old already, not a child anymore. He spoke while grinning widely before this beautiful, noble-spirited older sister. He eyes had a part reserved. Didn't people say the owner was a farm owner? Her sentence was not yet finished when Nghi Tu Duan paused. After a few seconds of silence, she uttered with difficulty, "Could it be that you are?" He did not answer, just smiled. The answer was already too clear. Nghi Tu Duan almost choked. Indeed, one cannot look at the face and grasp the form. Some people at 23 were still at home asking parents for money, while others at 23 were already the owner of a farm. Seeing her wide-eyed and agape, unable to utter a word, Hung Kai Yuyan thought he had made her scared, and quickly waved his hand to explain, "Actually, it is not entirely mine, that farm is my grandfather's. My parents passed away early, and in the family, only I remain as a grandchild. After my grandfather passed away, I became the sole heir." Compared to multi-billion corporations, owning a farm was nothing, but compared to many friends his age, he could be considered free from worries about livelihood for life. Nghi Tu Duan nodded, considering that she had received that unexpected amount of information. "I remember this shop opened quite a while ago, so did you start doing business while studying at university?" Hung Kai Yuyan smiled shyly. "I did not study at university." "Why is that so?" Once again, Nghi Tu Duan was surprised. With a farm in the family, the economic conditions surely could not be bad. Could it be that they did not have enough ability to send their child to school? "Because I do not like studying. When I was still in high school, teachers often scolded me, saying I was not the type suited for the path of academics. So after graduating, I returned to follow my grandfather and learn how to manage the farm." Nghi Tu Duan frowned, shaking her head full of regret. It turned out that just one thoughtless remark could deeply affect a child's psyche. She both felt empathy for his situation and was angry at those who had casually dismissed others. At this moment, Nghi Tu Duan's coffee was already brewed. Hung Kai Yuyan helped her package it, then went out from the counter, holding the cup of coffee and leading her to an empty spot in the shop. "Let us sit down and talk. Didn't you want to ask about the way to operate the coffee shop?" He helped her insert the straw, gently pushing the cup of coffee towards her. Nghi Tu Duan sat down too, thinking pensively. "Actually, I'm just curious, I don't have any intention for opening a shop at all." Although she thought opening a shop would surely be interesting, but no matter what, she still loved her current job more. Perhaps a coffee shop could become a side job, but even if she opened a shop, she also could not wholeheartedly manage it. "It's okay, whatever you want to know, I can tell everything. If later you truly can do it, then even better." Hung Kai Yuyan wore a uniform exactly like other staff. Nghi Tu Duan had known him for a long time, only now learning that the youngest person among the staff turned out to actually be the real boss. She bit the straw, while drinking coffee and thinking. "So you tell first, what does opening a shop need to prepare? Before the official opening, which steps must be completed?" Having finished speaking, she silently sipped her coffee, listening to the person opposite talking incessantly. Whenever speaking of the matter of opening a shop, Hung Kai Yuyan was as if completely changed. He became confident, spoke articulately, his gaze shining brightly like sunlight. Just like students inclined towards natural sciences when still in school, when it came to math class, they suddenly became much more energetic compared to literature class. Having finished listening, Nghi Tu Duan's eyebrows knitted more and more tightly. She thought, perhaps she herself still should stay in her safe zone, not needing to step into that complicated world of business. It turned out that opening a shop needed to do so many things, also had to consider the matter of profit, then had to observe the business situation of competitors. Having finished answering the first question, Nghi Tu Duan no longer had any interest to ask further. She even listened and wanted to slump onto the table, just like returning to the time still struggling with the dreadful math classes. "I think, perhaps I also am not a person suited for business. She smiled wryly, her lips curved up with helplessness. Even the cup of coffee in her hand also no longer was delicious as originally. Well, just dutifully be an actress. Hong Kai-yuan saw her face gloomy, then gently consoled, it's okay, everyone also has a field that they are good at. Like Sister Nay, top-notch acting, each role comes out as itself. A person in life who can have one thing they both love and also are good at, that is enough. Nghi Tu Duan looked at the name tag attached on his uniform, could not help but smile and said, "You are right. Chapter 50 have something to say." Hearing Hong Kai-yuan tell about the matter of opening a shop, the cumbersome process completely extinguished that intention. The two people again chatted idly for a while more, until Nghi Tu Duan finished drinking the cup of coffee. She stood up preparing to leave to go to the appointment. Before leaving, as if suddenly remembered something, she turned her head and asked Hong Kai-yuan. "It's quite crowded with guests here every day, isn't it?" "Not exactly too crowded, during tourist season there are a bit more guests." "What's wrong?" Nghi Tu Duan turned her head and glanced at the sparse parking lot in the yard. "Have you ever seen any red antique car?" This matter had bothered her for a very long time. Before that she had also asked Zhang Man Na to investigate, but there was no result. If there continued to be no clues, she would truly suspect whether she herself had seen wrongly. However, the umbrella she brought back from that day was still the most conclusive evidence. Only to see Hong Kai-yuan furrow his brows in thought or a long time, then awkwardly shook his head. "I seem to have no impression at all. Logically speaking, that car, no matter where it was placed, would be very eye-catching, anyone who had seen it would surely remember." But Hong Kai-yuan said he hadn't seen it, perhaps he truly had never encountered it. Nghi Tu Duan sighed in disappointment, saying goodbye. "If you don't remember, then never mind, I'll go first, I'll drop by again next time." Just as she was about to step out of the door, Hong Kai-yuan suddenly pulled her hand back. "Hey, wait." Nghi Tu Duan stopped and turned her head, quietly withdrawing her hand. "What is it?" Hong Kai-yuan also realized his action just now was somewhat abrupt, so he hastily withdrew his hand with an apologetic look. "Sorry, I just wanted to ask, are you looking for someone? Perhaps I could ask my friends to help investigate and see." Nghi Tu Duan didn't know who his friends were, nor was she clear what capabilities they had, but if there was any opportunity to find that person, she would not miss it. Therefore, she smiled, her eyes curving. "In that case, I'll trouble you. Does the person you're looking for have any other characteristics?" Nghi Tu Duan tried to recall the scene that day at Namen Temple. She couldn't see that person's face, only remembered the tall, aloof-back figure, wearing a jacket of exquisite material, a very tall build. She furrowed her brows uncomfortably, trying to search her memory, but truly couldn't remember anything else. All of a sudden, a clear image flashed in her mind. That man wore a string of beads on his wrist. Her breath immediately caught, heart pounding in her chest. In her memory, there had once been a man who also wore a string of beads, even it was given by her own hands. Could it be that coincidental? Nghi Tu Duan froze, her mind completely blank. She carefully recalled every moment of meeting Chu Zanvu. The connection between them was too coincidental, too many coincidences had occurred, making her not dare to think further. If they had truly met 10 years ago, then from deep within her soul she would be profoundly shaken. "Have you thought of something?" Hong Kai-yuan noticed her unsettled state, asking cautiously. Nghi Tu Duan took a deep breath, her voice at this moment carrying a slight tremble. "I seem to have recalled." Hong Kai-yuan recalled what? Nghi Tu Duan recalled a person. The appointment time was almost upon them. Our restaurant tonight was not busy, there were still many empty seats, only a few tables were reserved. By the window, a blonde woman was sitting, swirling a glass of red wine, her gaze looking out the window. A waiter walked over and asked if she needed to order, she only waved her hand to signal no. Just then, she glanced at her watch and saw it was already 7:30, just about to get her phone to ask when she received a message from a person named N. Withdraw, she will not come today. The blonde woman tisked with annoyance, quickly picked up her bag, stood up, and left. The fact that Nghi Tu Duan unilaterally cancelled the appointment midway made N on the other side very angry. She continuously apologized, saying that today she had an important matter, but the other party seemed to seize that opportunity to coerce, even threatening that this was the only chance to meet. Nghi Tu Duan did not bother too much. Meeting face-to-face was not the only way to investigate Anne, therefore from beginning to end she only silently apologized. Moreover, she also was not sure if the person coming today was truly Anne or not. Comparing the two sides, she chose to face the remaining matter. On the way down the mountain, she called Zhou Wu, but could not connect, guessing he was in a meeting, so she left a message on WeChat. When you're done with work, call me back. I have already booked a plane ticket for tonight. I want to meet you directly to talk. At this moment, she was driving home. The items prepared were to bring along an umbrella and a gun to go look for Zhou Wu. This mountain road was not bumpy, the travel time was also not long, yet for Nghi Tu Duan every minute, every second was long like an entire century. On the way there, she thought about Zhou Wu. On the way back, in her head still was him. She was not sure if Zhou Wu was the boy 10 years ago or not, but in her heart a strong intuition arose that they had once met a very long time ago. In her memory, the car Zhou Wu drove in Hongkei was not like the car she saw at Namen Temple, but how could he only have one car? That morning after leaving the temple, that evening she also went to a party on a yacht, there she had also met Zhou Wu. Memories rushed back. At this moment just thinking about the possibility that the person who saved her that year was Zhou Wu, her whole body again uncontrollably trembled. Even when thinking about the letter N engraved on that gun and on that umbrella, could it bite was not N, but Z? That question still constantly lingered in her mind, making her whole body covered in goosebumps. She trembled tensely, speeding home like flying. As soon as she hurriedly rushed through the door, Aunt Phuc immediately anxiously asked. "Little Yun, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Nghi Tu Duan's forehead was dotted with sweat. She rushed to the place where umbrellas were kept but searched and searched yet still couldn't find that black umbrella engraved with the letter. Auntie Phuc, where is the umbrella I brought back before? Did you lose it?" she asked while frantically searching around. Aunt Phuc tilted her head to look, thought for a moment then replied. "A few days ago it rained, probably Chairman Ta took it to the company." "But why are you in such a hurry to find that umbrella? Is it raining outside again?" Nghi Tu Duan gently sighed in relief, shook her head. "It's nothing, Auntie, please continue your work, I'll go up to my room for a bit." Saying so, she took her phone to text Ta Huin, telling him to bring the umbrella back to help. After that she turned and went upstairs. As she walked she heard Aunt Phuc's voice from behind. "Chairman Ta is about to come home, it's almost dinner time, don't fall asleep, okay?" She only gently waved her hand. Her exhausted body returned to her room. The first thing was to open the bedside drawer to check the gun. The gun was still there. She carefully observed, this gun was no different from 10 years ago. Each time she saw it, in her mind the scene in the underground bunker that year reappeared. Outside were sounds of tragic screams and crying, making her heart beat erratically. Turning her head, in the bedside cabinet drawer was still placed a piece of paper already dotted with yellow stains. It was the fortune slip she had once drawn at Namen Temple. She gently tucked the fortune slip deep inside, pressing it under a small notebook. Sounds from downstairs rang out. It was Ta Huin who had returned. Nghi Tu Duan hurriedly put away the gun, stood up and went downstairs. Just then, she heard him asking. "Where is Tu Duan?" Tu Duan went upstairs to rest, let me call her. Aunt Phuc replied. "No need." Nghi Tu Duan poked her head down from the stairs, "I'm here." She stepped down, her gaze stopping on the umbrella in Ta Huin's hand. "Daddy, why are you finishing work so late today?" Ta Tri immediately handed her the umbrella. "Isn't it to go fetch an umbrella for my precious daughter?" Just as he left the company, he received her message, so he went back to find the umbrella with the engraved letters that she mentioned. Actually, it didn't take much time, it was just that recently overtime had become a habit, so he conveniently handled a few more folders of files. "Thank you Daddy." Nghi Tu Duan reached out to take it, then rushed forward to hug him. Ta Huin patted her head, his eyes full of doting affection. "Alright, you must be very hungry, aren't you? Come quickly and eat." He intended to lead her into the dining room, but Nghi Tu Duan stood still, not moving. She smiled awkwardly. "Daddy, I suddenly have urgent business and must leave right away. Let's have dinner another day, okay? I'll treat you to a truly big compensatory meal another time." As she spoke, she gradually retreated, her hand still clutching the umbrella tightly. Before Ta Huin could even ask, she had already opened the door and darted outside. Tu Duan. Ta Huin stared after her, dazed, his hand hovering in mid-air, and sighed helplessly. "She's grown up now, and I can't hold on to her anymore." Trong Jia Fuck, who was clearing dishes, heard this and immediately comforted him. "Chairman Ta, Tu Duan is just like young Master AP Tri, both are good children. She's probably just busy with work, don't worry too much." Ta Huin simply shook his head, slowly walked towards the dining table, and said nothing more. Nghi Tu Duan drove to the airport. Since guns cannot be brought onto planes, she had in it. Eoli arranged for a private transporter. But halfway there, she received a call from Chu Zanvu. "Where are you?" The man's deep, cold voice resounded amidst the wind, as if he was standing outdoors. Nghi Tu Duan was still driving towards the airport. Hearing it, she honestly replied, "I am on my way to the airport." "Didn't you have something you wanted to say? Why are you driving further and further away?" At that moment, Chu Zanvu was standing on the rooftop of the high-rise building, looking down at the magnificent, prosperous city below. That was also where they last met before the trip to Macau. Nghi Tu Duan held the steering wheel, still not understanding his meaning. Reaching a red light, she took the opportunity to stop the car and ask again. "What are you saying? Where are you?" Chu Zanvu put one hand in his pocket, the other hand holding the phone. His voice in the cold wind became even more distant. He reported the name of the building. Nghi Tu Duan immediately felt the blood in her body boil. She glanced at the gun and the umbrella placed on the passenger seat, the red light at the intersection reflected on the car window. When the light turned green, she immediately stepped on the accelerator and turned the car around. Rushing like flying to the base of the building, she was so anxious that she couldn't wait another second. Never before had she felt the elevator run so slowly. Finally stepping into the elevator, pressing the floor button, she gripped the umbrella tightly with her left hand, holding the gun with her right hand, looking no different from a person with a dangerous weapon. Fortunately, the building was deserted that evening, otherwise she might have been considered a terrorist. The floor numbers gradually jumped up, finally ringing a ding. She immediately rushed out. Pushing open the rooftop door, the man's figure was almost directly before her eyes, making her eyes suddenly well up with tears. She threw everything in her hands, lunging to embrace him tightly. Chu Zanvu hadn't even had time to react when her soft lips already disoriented his mind. She embraced his neck and kissed him passionately, while tears continuously fell from the corners of her eyes. Initially, he was still stunned, unable to react, but when he smelled her familiar scent, he slowly closed his eyes, actively accepting her intense affection. He raised his hand to lift her face, his fingertips feeling each hot tear. He wanted to pull back to see how she was, but she clung tightly to him, not letting go. Nghi Tu Duan gently sucked at his tongue, both reassuring him and also calming her own racing heart. The two embraced and kissed under the cold wind, entwined, not separating for a long period of time. Chapter 51 Endure a little. Lips and tongue separated, Nic Yun's eye sockets still glistened with moisture. The man leaned his forehead against her. Softly sighed, his rough hand caressed her cheek, his voice as if steeped in ice and s. Now, deep and low. What grievance have you suffered? Nic Yun still embracing his neck, hearing that remark, her chest immediately surged with a scorching current, stinging even the corners of her eyes. She shook her head, panted, choked, up to the point of being unable to speak. A moment later, Zhou Can Wu also did not say anything more, used his fingertips to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, silently helped her soothe her emotions. Zhou Can Wu. She softly sobbed, trying to make herself calm again. Is it you? Do you still remember me? In the cold night, Nic Yun looked deeply into the man's eyes, images from 10 years ago continuously appeared in her mind, tears once again could not be held back. Zhou Can Wu did not clearly understand what she was asking. What? As soon as the words ended, Nic Yun turned around to pick up the umbrella and the gun she had just thrown down earlier. When she arrived, he did not pay attention to the thing she held in her hand, until she personally brought both items before him. Zhou Can Wu froze, his heart pounded erratically. She choked up many times to the point of not being able to breathe, her words also became disordered. She was afraid he wouldn't remember her, wanting to recount the old story to help him rekindle his memories, but when she opened her mouth, she choked up, unable to speak. Zhou Can Wu took the gun, gently pulled her into his embrace, his hand pressed on the back of her head, very quickly feeling a large area of the front of his shirt on his chest become soaked. His voice in the cold wind became gentle as water. I remember, I still always remember. How could he forget? She had been in his heart for 10 whole years, he had spent so much effort to find her, how could he forget? Nghi Tu Duan cried silently in his embrace, for a moment almost lost her bearings, as if she had fallen into the terrorist attack of that year. Gunshots and screams beside her ears were ceaseless, yet she was safely lying in his arms, the safest place in the world. Both did not say anything more, until Nghi Tu Duan stabilized her emotions. He then softly asked, "Go home, okay?" Zhou Can Wu wiped away her tears. His movement was very gentle, conveniently taking the umbrella in her hand straight away. Nghi Tu Duan instinctively thought he would take her back to his home, her eyes red, she shook her head. "Go back to our home." Zhou Can Wu knew she misunderstood, again explaining one more sentence. She choked up. "Go back to Hozhong now." He shook his head, gently stroking the messy hair straggling across her forehead. The two people rode together in Zhou Can Wu's car back home. His home was in Deepwater Bay, a large luxurious villa complex, its value even higher than the Ta family's villa in Shallow Water Bay. The car stopped in front of the large garage. Zhou Can Wu got out of the car and opened the door for her. Nghi Tu Duan had stabilized her mood, but was still gently so. Bing! Just as she stepped down, she already saw a wine-red classic car parked next to it. When the rear car door closed, she froze, staring intently at that car. A voice rang out beside her ear. "What's wrong?" Seeing her keep looking at the car without taking her eyes off it, Zhou Can Wu asked. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head to look at him, asking in surprise. "Why didn't you drive this car before?" She meant the time they met at Shaogang Tai. If he had driven this car then, she wouldn't have had to search for so long to realize that the person she thought was so distant was actually right before her eyes. Zhou Can Wu was silent for a second. "The color is too striking, I don't like it." "Then what about the day we went to Namen Temple?" Another moment of silence. This question stumped him, because even he wasn't sure why he had chosen this car that day. But perhaps it was truly fate. That day his mood was very good, and going to Namen Temple was also a sudden decision. He hadn't expected to meet her there. As if heaven was secretly helping them each time they met again. Just like the time in LA, initially he hadn't intended to go to the party, but some vague belief had made him go. Chu Zanvu didn't answer, only hugged her and walked straight into the elevator. Upon reaching the main lobby, the group of housekeeping staff busy at work all stopped what they were doing, simultaneously turned around, and politely bowed. "Hello. Welcome back, sir." Chu Zanvu did not answer, led Nghi Tu Duan out of the elevator, said to a head female housekeeper, "Choose a few sets of winter clothes to bring up, Tan Duwei will send the measurements to you." "Yes, sir." Having finished speaking, Chu Zanvu continued to lead Nghi Tu Duan upstairs. The villa was very large, each floor had its own elevator, and there were also many rooms. If Nghi Tu Duan were to walk alone in here, she might get lost. The two of them reached the second floor, stepped into Chu Zanvu's room. His bedroom was a large separate apartment, even had a spacious dressing room, hung full of custom-made high-end suits. Compared to Du Man Villa, this place was many times more spacious and luxurious. Previously, she had once been to Tam Tui Bay to attend a party of a tycoon, had once passed by this villa, had also wondered who lived in such a place, both splendid and luxurious. She had once thought it was the domain of some great family. Unexpectedly, such a large villa was actually the private property of Chu Zanvu. "Clothes will be sent immediately. Do you want to bathe first?" Having just been chilled by the wind, bathing in warm water could soothe the mood and dispel the cold. Chu Zanvu placed the umbrella and gun on the table, turned his head and saw Nghi Tu Duan quietly looking around everywhere. Hearing him ask, she thought for a moment, then gently nodded her head. Afterwards, Chu Zanvu personally went into the bathroom to run water for her, and showed her how to use the equipment in air. Having finished instructing everything, he went downstairs. The female housekeeper actively came forward to report. "Sir, the clothes will be delivered in about 10 minutes. Prepare some more low-sugar, low-calorie pastries, bring them up to my room later." "Yes, sir." At this moment, Nghi Tu Duan was relaxing her entire body in the warm water. The massage bathtub gently bubbled, both gentle and quiet, a pleasant feeling spreading throughout her body. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and quietly enjoyed. Until someone knocked on the bathroom door. "Miss Nghi, your pajamas have been brought, shall I bring them in for you?" Hearing the voice, it was probably the female housekeeper from just now. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head. The outside was a frosted glass door, so it wasn't clear inside. She then agreed, "Okay, bring it in." As soon as she finished speaking, the outer door was immediately pushed open, then she immediately saw a blurred figure outside placing things. "I've put the clothes on the shelf next to the door, just reach out and you can grab them." "Thank you." Nghi Tu Duan again let herself sink deeper in the water. White foam, with the frequency of the massage, burst out clear small waves. She reached out and scooped up a little. The scent was gentle, exactly like the smell on Chu Zanvu's body. After bathing, she changed into the pajamas that the housekeeper had brought. This set was very similar to the one she once wore in Houjiang, clearly chosen by Hu Zanvu. Coming out of the bathroom, the man was sitting on the sofa in the room, intently observing the gun. Seeing her come out, he raised his hand to beckon. Nghi Tu Duan walked over and sat down next to him, immediately pulled into his embrace by his arms. "How did you know it was mine?" He was still staring at the gun, and asked curiously. Nghi Tu Duan also honestly recounted initially it was because that time at Namen Temple I mistook the mark, then saw on the gun handle a symbol exactly like the one on that mark, so started investigating the car I saw that day on the mountain, but for a long time, there were no results. It's also not exactly that I found you, just that someone suggested a direction to me. I remembered the person that day at Namen Temple wearing a string of beads, then remembered you also have the habit of wearing a string of beads, and from that, traced out many other details. I also wasn't sure it was you, but when I had the feeling it might be you, I just wanted to meet you immediately. Even on the way to meet him, the teenage face that previously in memories was always blurry, suddenly became clear. It seemed as if having seen countless times, yet also like the first time. She remembered once dreaming of that face. It was precisely Zhou Can Wu. At that time didn't pay attention. Now thinking back, it turns out all was destiny. It's just that she was too slow to understand, too foolish, only now realized. She also had a question. So you are. Remembered me, why didn't you just tell me directly? Zhou Can Wu was silent for a moment, his voice soft. That memory was originally not happy at all, even the pain of many people. Moreover, when we met again, you didn't recognize me. I once thought maybe because you were once shocked so you lost that part of your memory. If you had already forgotten, then there was no need to bring it back up again. Anyway, we have already met again. That day was a past that even Zhou Can Wu did not want to mention. Although he had tried to save no few people, he also witnessed with his own eyes how many lives fell right before his eyes. Nghi Tu Duan intently looked at the man's profile. He was still intently looking at that gun. Feeling her burning gaze, when he turned his head, the girl had already kissed him. Nghi Tu Duan wrapped her arms around his neck, her tongue clumsily wove its way in, without technique, only gently sucked at him. She sank into chaos, quickly had the initiative seized by the man. Zhou Can Wu reached out his hand and wrapped it around her waist, only slightly using strength. He lifted her to sit on his lap. After that, his tongue entwined with hers, his large hand gently caressed her cheek, his thumb rested under her chin, as if wanting to take more. Not long after, Nghi Tu Duan had been kissed until her face was flushed red, panting, and even the pajamas on her body were crumpled and disheveled. She clearly felt the hard erection under her bottom, did not resist at all, even actively reached out her hand to unbutton his shirt. Zhou Can Wu slightly froze when he felt her action, his heart beat fast abnormally. When he reacted in time, the shirt on his body had been unbuttoned almost completely, only 2 buttons remained. He hastily stopped it, his voice hoarse. Hoarsely, don't mess around. Her hand held by him, Nya Siyun pursed her lips full of grievance, her eyes moist. I wasn't messing around. Zhou Can Wu sighed, his lips touched upon her lips, gently sealed. At home, not having, bear with it a bit. Nya Siyun, after hearing that, blushed, lowering her head full of embarrassment. Why did it sound as if she was the one too full of longing? The man was clearly very satisfied with her reaction, softly smiled, then lightly kissed her forehead. I'll go bathe, you eat something. After speaking, he reached his hand under her armpit, easily lifted her up, gently placed her back onto the sofa. Nya Siyun obediently sat cross-legged, quietly watched the man, half-clothed half-exposed, step into the bathroom, then lowered her head again to look at the pajamas on her own body, which were also not any tidier. The female housekeeper brought a snack tray and knocked on the door. Nya Siyun hastily adjusted her clothes. Please come in. Miss Nya, this is the sweet dish that the master ordered to prepare. She respectfully placed the tray onto the coffee table in front of her. If you need anything else, you can use the bedside phone to call us. Nghi Tu Duan smiled and nodded. Thank you. The person beside Zhou Can Wu worked very meticulously, and the efficiency was astonishingly high. This dessert looked no different from a 5-star restaurant out there. She curiously asked a question. The butler replied. In the villa, we have hired top chefs from home and abroad. Miss Nghi can eat whatever she wants. Nghi Tu Duan held a piece of cake in her mouth, unable to speak, only smiled softly, her eyes shining with tenderness. Chapter 52. Wanted or not. They had known each other for a long time, yet only now did Nghi Tu Duan discover that Zhou Can Wu possessed such a large-scale private fortune in Hong Kong. She only ate a few bites of the dessert on the table, then pushed it aside, stood up and walked around the room. For some reason, Nghi Tu Duan felt that Zhou Can Wu living in Hong Kong seemed even freer than when he was in Hozhang. She meticulously observed his bedroom. The main decorative tone was bright colors, the floor-to-ceiling windows were very large, sunlight could almost flood the entire room. Even though he was alone, it still felt cozy. However, the decorative style at Du Man Villa was completely different. That villa used dark colors as the main theme. The quiet atmosphere from inside out became even heavier amidst the gloomy and cold winter. Zhou Can Wu had just finished showering and walked out when he saw Nghi Tu Duan touring his dressing room. "Later, this place will be filled with your clothes." A.V. Ois sounded behind her. She surprisingly turned her head, seeing the man striding towards her, wearing a loose bathrobe, his chest muscles solid, body lines powerful and full of vitality. "The clothes must have been moved downstairs already. Do you want me to have someone bring them up or will you go down to choose later?" "Let's choose tomorrow. I'm a bit tired, I want to rest a bit early." "You go dry your hair first." "Okay." A few strands of his hair were still wet, only haphazardly wiped. His large hand wrapped around her shoulder. Nghi Tu Duan, taking the opportunity, embraced his waist, looked up at him, and called Zhou Can Wu. "What's wrong? I heard that before you were 15, you lived in Hong Kong. Have you always been here?" Actually, she was quite curious about Zhou Can Wu's background. Before, she had heard Tai Pi try mention it a little. She felt that his life was not peaceful at all. Zhou Can Wu embraced her, and together they left the dressing room, returning to the bedroom to talk. "All right, let's do that." He took the hairdryer from the bathroom. Nghi Tu Duan very naturally received it from his hand. "Let me dry it for you." The man smiled, said nothing, obediently sat down to one side, waiting for her to serve him. Warm wind gently glided from the hairdryer's nozzle, small hands rhythmically coordinated, stroking along the thick black hair. Her movements were very gentle, her gaze tender and full of love. While drying his hair, she softly asked before returning to H. "Oh Zhang, how was your life here?" She was truly very curious, not knowing what kind of environment he had grown up in to possess such mettle and resilient spirit. This man surely was not born resilient. If he had not gone through tempering, how could he become a sharp sword like today? Zhou Can Wu calmly sat under her hands. Through the reflecting glass, he saw the girl's figure behind him. Her pajamas fit her very well. Her alluring figure, even though covered by roomy fabric, could not be concealed. She was focused on her task, her lips slightly curved, quietly waiting for his answer. For the first time, he thought of the phrase peaceful years to describe his current situation. Greedily wanting to keep this happy moment forever, he hoped to escape the world out there, only wanting to live such peaceful days like these with her. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled, slowly recounting, "My mother passed away when I was still too young to understand things. I was raised by my maternal grandmother. I also lived like many other children, it's just that perhaps my growth process was not like everyone else's. My mother used to be a famous female celebrity in Hong Kong for a time. Outside rumors speculated she committed suicide due to depression. But Zhou Can Wu remembered very clearly, the day his mother passed away, Chu Trongqiu along with his legitimate wife had come to find her. The three talked for a very long time in the room. Finally, that couple calmly returned to Hozhang, leaving behind a cold corpse in the room. The news of the female celebrity's suicide shocked the media. His maternal grandmother feared Zhou Can Wu would be harmed, so she sent someone to take him abroad. Accompanying him was also a death letter that had never been made public. Waiting until public opinion subsided, she then brought him back to Hong Kong, carrying endless sorrow, while raising him to adulthood. His mother's family background was also not ordinary. It's just that compared to the Chu group at that time, they were no different from an ant under someone's foot. The truth was, his mother had never suffered from depression. Her death was her final choice to protect her son from harm. In the death letter, she wrote, "Mr. Chu worried that later my child's identity would threaten his corporation, which is why today he sent Chu Trongqiu to meet me. I will not let them harm my child, so I chose my own way to protect him." I hope mother will not blame me for this impulsive decision, and also hope Zhan Wu can grow up safely and happily. That death letter is still quietly resting in the safe in his study. Also precisely because of his mother's passing, the Chu family did not dare to casually lay hands on Chu Zhan Wu, because everyone knew he was Chu Trongqiu's son. If both mother and son met with trouble, it would easily attract attention. At that time it would likely invite more trouble, better to just let him live. Reality proved, the act of not eliminating Chu Zhan Wu back then was a correct decision. Because Chu Trongqiu only had one daughter, the entire enormous business empire had no one to inherit it. Ultimately the heavy responsibility still fell into Chu Zhan Wu's hands. They once thought that he was still young and understood nothing, also not expecting his mother to leave behind such a death letter. Thus, after welcoming him back to Hojiang, seeing him display excellent business capabilities, Chu Trongqiu merely thought he was born with business talent. It wasn't until the day Chu Zhan Wu personally overthrew him, coldly speaking out the contents of the death letter, that Chu Trongqiu truly began to feel fear before his son's sharpness. But because Chu Trongqiu had by then been diagnosed with cancer, Chu Zhan Wu also did not have the heart to push him to a dead end. He only let him live alone in a manor deep in the mountains, awaiting the punishment of illness. Listening to him calmly recount his past, Nghi Tu Duan's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. His hair was 80% dry. She turned off the hairdryer, sadly standing in front of him. She felt a pang as she gently stroked his hair, unable to imagine how much great mental pressure he must have endured that year. His biological father wanted to take his life. His biological mother, to protect her son, chose to end her own life. Even though he had experienced the most cruel and cold things in the world, he still maintained the gentleness and kindness in his heart. She again thought of the accident 10 years ago, a teenager only 18 years old still able to calmly save countless people's lives. Nghi Tu Duan felt her chest as if being squeezed. Taking several deep breaths also couldn't make her feel any better. His large hand gently took her hand, soothing the back of her hand. "I'm fine, don't be sad because of me." The constant smile on her lips at this moment had disappeared, her curved lips also drooped down, full of hurt. She gently shook her head, choking out, "Chu Zhan Wu, please don't be so kind anymore, okay? The kinder people are, the easier they are to be hurt." She truly felt very heartbroken. Throughout the years without parents' love, did he ever feel lonely? He held her hand, bent down and gently kissed her lips. "Sleep, okay?" She nodded. Seeing her so sad and hurt because of him, Chu Zhan Wu also didn't have the heart to continue speaking. He gently coaxed her to lie down on the bed. Nghi Tu Duan at this moment was especially clingy to him, hugging his waist tightly without letting go, her cheek pressed against his chest, so that the chill on her skin could be warmed by his body temperature. The light was off, but she still couldn't fall asleep. Before her eyes was only a patch of dark blackness, only the faint scent on his body made her feel at ease. In her head kept continuously appearing images of the suffering he had endured. She could only sigh deeply, full of melancholy. Chu Zhan Wu, with one arm around hearing a sound, softly asked, "Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" In the darkness, she vaguely saw the outlines of his face, reached out her hand to touch it. "I can't sleep." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her hand being pulled, his other hand gently placed on the back of her neck. A hoarse voice sounded in her ear, "If you can't sleep, then let's do something else." Her chin was lifted, his lips immediately pressed down, his tongue tip playing back and forth. Waiting until she slowly adapted and responded, he then brought his tongue in, unceremoniously entwining. His movements were quite gentle, not rushing to possess, only slowly guiding her into his world. One hand he held her close, his other hand silently slipped into the thin fabric at her waist. She did not resist at all, on the contrary, she squeezed him even tighter. His rough hand glided over every inch of soft skin, like stroking a piece of smooth, soft jelly, not bearing to use force. As that hand explored forward, the first time that place was explored, she unconsciously let out a soft moan, then was so embarrassed she wanted to bite her tongue off. He seemed to very much enjoy her reaction, both rubbing and kneading. Nghi Tu Duan tried to suppress the sounds that shouldn't be made, but his movements did not stop at all, even becoming bolder. Finally, she couldn't help but let out a soft sound. Her breathing became disordered. Before long she wanted to retreat. She felt her whole body light. Her head dizzy, she tried to lift her head to avoid. Zhou Can Wu did not force her, leaving her space to breathe. His lips still pressed close to her face, breathing heavily together. He kissed her again, his lips, one by one, glided over her cheek, nose, eyes, forehead, then finally returned to her lips. In the dim light, his eyes seemed to be ablaze, only the sheen of water in her eyes could extinguish that flame. Nghi Tu Duan adjusted her breath, actively raising her neck to kiss him back once, intending to say let's sleep, but his hoarse voice had already resounded by her ear. Want not? She suddenly stiffened, both surprised and embarrassed, unable to move. Both their bodies were burning hot to the extent that their breathing also scorched, until he led her hand deeper into that intensely hot place. Clearly, both had not drunk alcohol at all, but Nghi Tu Duan surprisingly felt her mind hazy, as if she were in a dream. But her palm, in contrast, felt an undeniable reality. Darling. He called her, his voice so hoarse it was hard to recognize. If you want it, take hold. No need for a light. Nghi Tu Duan also knew how flushed her face was at this moment. She was still conscious, listening to him whisper those words by her ear, clearly embarrassed to the point of having no place to hide, but still as if under a spell, her fingers unconsciously curled, encompassing it. When he received that wordless response, he immediately pressed down. Nghi Tu Duan tightly closed our eyes, tensely awaiting what would happen next. Underscore 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 underscore. The winter sun was like a sweet candy after taking bitter medicine, quickly dispelling the bitter taste remaining at the tip of the tongue. Nghi Tu Duan woke up at past 10 in the morning. The gentle sunlight shining upon her face made her turn over, avoiding the dazzling light. Right after that, the room suddenly darkened. She turned her head following the sound, seeing Zhou Can Wu pulling the curtains. Since when did you wake up? Her voice was soft and gentle, much gentler than usual. You just woke up, then I also woke up. He stepped to the bedside, already wearing a neat set of pajamas, sat down on the edge of the bed, bent down and kissed her forehead. Want to sleep more? Nghi Tu Duan shook her head, shifted her body closer, feeling her whole body had no strength left, and sighed resentfully. My hand cannot lift up anymore. Zhou Can Wu's face not red, his heart not flustered, seriously admonished. I already said there isn't any in the house, yet you still demanded. As he spoke, he massaged her hand for her. The person lying on the bed was silent. This was the first time she saw the legally rogue side of this man, to the point that she didn't know how she should react. Finally, last night they did not go further. Because in the house there were no protective measures, Zhou Can Wu did not want to risk, only gently coaxed her to wait for next time. But someone still greedily used other ways to get a bit of SW. Eatness. Nghi Tu Duan was so tired she collapsed, while someone who was not yet finished had to go into the bathroom alone, extinguish the flame that he himself had lit up, and when he sobered up, he had no idea what time it already was. Do you have any plans for today? Nghi Tu Duan said while lying down and enjoying the massage service, considering it a reward for last night's hard work. Zhou Can Wu. In a bit I will go out to buy a few boxes to put on the nightstand. Nghi Tu Duan. It truly was bringing trouble upon herself. Seeing that he had teased her enough, Zhou Can Wu reined in his teasing, and gently said, it was with great difficulty that I finally returned here. I intend to go visit my mother and grandmother. The most important people in his life, now too have passed away. Before, it was because he was not capable, he could not protect the people he loved, and perhaps maturity was exactly that price to pay. From now on, he will not let the people he loves be hurt again. Nghi Tu Duan looked up. Can I go with you? He stopped the massage, his finger caressed her lips, and he gently said, I also want to bring you to meet them. Chapter 53. Want to protect him. After finishing washing her face, Nghi Tu Duan went downstairs with Zhou Can Wu. Breakfast had already been prepared in the dining room. The female housekeeper greeted the two people, then consulted Zhou Can Wu to see if the clothes that had been sent last night needed to be hung in his dressing room. The man nodded. Dead in agreement, holding Nghi Tu Duan's hand, he walked to the dining table. Breakfast was not too varied, but for someone who eats little like Nghi Tu Duan, a serving of toast along with milk was already enough to be full. The two people sat opposite each other, silently enjoying the meal, without any awkwardness or forcedness. When Tan Dui arrived, it was precisely when the two people had just stood up, preparing to go out. Sir, everything is ready, can we depart now? Wait a moment. Zhou Can Wu let go of Nghi Tu Duan's hand, turned around and went upstairs. About 2 minutes later, he quickly walked down, his left hand draped with a black overcoat, and went straight to Nghi Tu Duan's side and personally helped her put it on. It's cold outside. He advised briefly, his movements did not stop at all. Normally Nghi Tu Duan rarely wore dark-colored clothes, but today was a special day, the destination was also unusual, so she wore a black outfit matching Zhou Can Wu. The man before her not only draped the coat over her but also gently wrapped a scarf for her. She lifted her head and gazed intently at his serious face, the corner of her lips involuntarily curving up into a slight smile. Today he still wore a suit as usual, but his demeanor was more solemn than ever. Before leaving, he also put on an overcoat, his quiet, arrogant aura was even more clearly displayed. Combined with those sharp, cold facial features, anyone who saw him couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Let's go. Everything was ready, the man offered his hand, Nghi Tu Duan naturally placed her hand into his, and the two of them held hands as they walked out together. She tilted her head and looked at him a few more times, finding his attire today somewhat familiar. The three of them went down to the garage together. Today Zhou Can Wu deliberately chose the red vintage car to drive. Nghi Tu Duan suddenly realized that day when they happened to meet at Namen Temple, he was also dressed exactly as he was now. It's just that day she couldn't see his face, just looking at his back alone was enough to sense an overwhelming aura. Now, sitting next to him, a strange feeling swelled up in her heart. Arriving at the cemetery, Nghi Tu Duan got out of the car with Zhou Can Wu, each of them holding a fresh bouquet of chrysanthemums as they walked up the steps. Tan Du stood waiting below. Previously, every time Zhou Can Wu came here, he always came alone, and Tan Du had never followed him up. Besides Zhou Can Wu, only Nghi Tu Duan was the only one who could set foot in this place. His mother's and grandmother's graves were placed next to each other. The gravestone was exquisitely polished, and although the photo on the gravestone had aged, one could still discern that both of them were very beautiful when they were young. Zhou Can Wu placed flowers before the grave, his left hand still clasped tightly to Nghi Tu Duan's hand, his gaze locked onto the photo on the gravestone. This is my moth. The man's voice was low, his dark eyes seemed to carry the coldness of winter. Every time he came here, he was always quiet, most of the time he spent quietly sitting by, having no custom of baring his soul, only quietly observing, helping them sweep away the dust on the gravestone and the weeds around it. Nghi Tu Duan's gaze rested on the old photo on the gravestone standing beside him. She bowed very low before the two people. I greet you two elders, my name is Nghi Tu Duan. In front of her elders, she was always very well behaved. All her sharpness or arrogance were hidden behind a gentle appearance, like a clever little deer full of vitality. You are truly beautiful. She gazed intently at the photo, then suddenly uttered a compliment. Even though the photo was tinged with the colors of time, one could still see that the woman in the photo possessed exceptional charisma, with very beautiful facial features. No wonder she became a famous star of her era, certainly not just because of a beautiful singing voice. Seeing the name carved on the gravestone, Ho Quan Hoa, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Did you once sing the song Thin Quan Tom? Chu Zanvu tilted his head, the corner of his lips curved slightly. You've heard it? Her eyes' depths shone with a look of surprised delight. My daddy really likes that song. Unexpectedly it turns out to be your mother singing it. Before this, she had never looked into Chu Zanvu's background. Unexpectedly his mother was precisely Ho Quan Hoa. The times changed too quickly, but Ho Quan Hoa's songs were still classics. Nghi Tu Duan had listened to quite a few of her songs. It was just that nowadays few people still listened to old music, the majority preferred modern music. If she were still alive, she would surely now also be one of the respected veteran artists in the entertainment industry. What a pity. She gripped Chu Zanvu's hand a bit more tightly. Chu Zanvu, from now on, please let me protect you. Nghi Tu Duan gazed intently into his profound eyes. It was unclear what she had thought of just now that her heart was stirred. Her calm gaze seemed to overflow with unspoken yet profound emotions to a shocking degree. The man said nothing, but through those eyes, he seemed to read many things. 10 years ago, he risked his life to save her. 10 years later, meeting again, he had always secretly helped her. As if he was a guardian deity sent by heaven to protect her, as long as he was present, all difficulties would vanish. Even though he himself was full of wounds, he still always kept for himself a warm heart. The coldness and cruelty were merely a cloak concealing the kindness within. He also had times when he was vulnerable, it was just that circumstances did not allow him to show that. The only place that could make him remove that armor, perhaps, was only before the grave of his mother and maternal grandmother. She did not want to let Chu Zanvu forever have to strain himself to continue living. If later on he felt tired, he didn't need to return to his mother's side anymore. Just needing to rely on her would be enough. She also wanted to be able to once protect him. Chu Zanvu clearly understood the silent feelings of Nghi Tu Duan. He was also willing to accept the umbrella she offered. Even though she was not tall and big, he still willingly bent down to hide behind her back. He looked at her, his gaze gentle as water. Nghi Tu Duan squatted before the grave of Ho Quan Hoa, gently extended her hand to wipe dust from the cold stone tombstone, whispering, "Dear aunt, Chu Zanvu has grown up healthy and strong. Furthermore, now he is very good, very, very good, but I don't want him to be too good, because truly he has endured many hurts. His sufferings, surely you understand much more clearly than I do. If you were still by his side, you would surely also be like me now, not wishing for him to truly become cold as outsiders describe. I know my strength is small, but I don't want to let him fight alone. I love him, I want to be able to protect him, just like he once protected me." The man standing behind her, a stream of warm emotions rose in his heart. He silently listened to the sincere words of her heart. Hearing her say "I love you," hearing her promise to always be by his side, whether things went smoothly or not, she would also not let him be alone anymore. On the way back, Nghi Tu Duan played the song Thin Quan Tom in the car, the poignant melody from 20 years ago now listening again evoked even deeper feelings. The lyrics were also very profound. She liked the 2 opening lines of the chorus the most. Morning and evening, the cycle repeated countless times. Love is something never to regret. She turned on the song's repeat mode throughout the entire journey home. It seemed today those melodies particularly made her heart stir. The acting profession gave her an extraordinary ability to empathize. The sufferings that Chu Zanvu had once experienced, perhaps he himself had grown accustomed to the point of numbness, but each time she thought of his childhood, Nghi Tu Duan's heart would tighten again, aching unbearably. Especially when she clearly knew how good a person he was now, her chest became even more stifled to the point of discomfort. When the car had just stopped at Deepwater Bay Villa, Chu Zanvu stepped out, circled around to open the car door on the other side for Nghi Tu Duan. He extended his hand, intending to help her down, when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Nghi Tu Duan grasped his hand, her heels touching the ground as she stood beside him, tilting her head to glance who's calling. Chu Zanvu saw the caller's name, immediately turned off the screen, released her hand, and lightly pushed her towards the elevator. Just a work call. You go up first with Tan Du, I'll come up later. The way he handled it was a bit unusual, but Nghi Tu Duan didn't think much of it either, only glancing at the phone he held tightly in his left hand, then smiling and nodding. Then I'll wait for you upstairs. Zhou Can Wu gently nodded, watching her enter the elevator, watching the door slowly close. Then he picked up his phone and called back the missed call that had rung for 50 seconds just now. The other end of the line answered very quickly, the voice still as booming as before. Son, when will you bring your sister back to visit me? I heard Yuan Truck was bullied at the Min family's house, and you intervened, hitting Min out to the point of not being able to breathe. That's truly my son, knowing how to protect his family now. Zhou Can Wu remained silent, merely furrowing his brows and listening, waiting for him to clearly reveal the true purpose of the call. As expected, before even half a sentence was uttered, the other party immediately continued. But if you're strong enough to deal with Min now, why has there still been no progress on the matter I spoke to you about last time? He was referring to forcing the Ta group not to build a branch in the mainland. Back then, for him to use the Chu family's private jet, this was the condition Chu Trongqiu had set. In fact, the Ta group was never strong enough to threaten the Chu group. Even if they opened 10 more branches, they couldn't shake the Chu family's power. What Chu Trongqiu was concerned about was that the Ta family had a daughter. He had once paid a price because of women, so he increasingly feared women would become an impediment to see. Zhou Can Wu, what's more, if she was someone from the entertainment industry, she would be even harder to control. Since he couldn't directly act against that person, the first step was not to let the Ta group take root in the mainland. Next, he had to simultaneously push Nghi Tu Duan out of the mainland. Only when she completely vanished without a trace in Hong Kong could he eliminate future trouble. Chu Trongqiu planned so meticulously, how could Zhou Can Wu not understand it clearly? Therefore, all this time, he not only didn't make things difficult for the Ta group, but on the contrary, he even secretly helped them. The business world is like a battlefield. Success or failure all depends solely on that person's capability. Only the incompetent would blame women when they fail. Zhou Can Wu retorted bluntly he hated beating around the bush and was never patient with others. Chu Trongqiu still put on an act. It's a battlefield, isn't it? Needing a little stratagem is nothing. I only told you to eliminate competitors. When did I ever mention women? If you dare to touch her, I won't mind sending you on your way a bit early. Zhou Can Wu uttered cold words, wanting to use his imposing aura to intimidate the other party. But he had underestimated his stubbornness. He only heard the other party laugh coldly on the phone, his voice clearly revealing defiance. If she threatens the enterprise of our family clan, then even if we have to perish together, I won't mind. After all, he was a person close to death. If his death could drag along an eyesore, he would be willing to pull out a knife and stab it into his own heart. Zhou Can Wu hadn't expected him to be so crazy, his eyebrows furrowed even tighter. If she is harmed even a little, the conglomerate that you treasure like your life will be personally destroyed by me. I thought you had grown up, I didn't expect you to still be so childish. Chu Trongqiu burst out laughing, as if he had heard something very amusing. Do you think I, having lived until now, still care about those things? People who stand too high for too long, will always think they are right. Think again, I'll wait for your decision. Having finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhou Can Wu gripped the phone tightly, angry at his own soft-heartedness from before. What he did was for revenge, and wasn't Chu Trongqiu the same? Between the two of them, there had never been true father-son affection. From the moment Zhou Can Wu returned to Hojiang, it was destined that one day they would fully confront each other. The only thing he worried about at this moment was, whether the girl who had once told him she loved him with tender eyes, would still be able to live peacefully by his side in the future. Chapter 54 The Truth. When Zhou Can Wu returned, Nghi Tu Duan was chatting with the female housekeeper. His gaze swept towards Tan Du, who was standing nearby. He gestured to call him over, and then the two of them left the grand hall. Tan Di. Yue respectfully walked behind him, listening to the person in front give instructions cut off all of Chu Trongqiu's contact with the outside world. Without my permission, no one is allowed to step half a pace into the villa. The two, one in front and one behind, walked out to the yard. The sky was clear blue, as if it had just been washed 1,000 times, without a speck of impurity. However, Tan Du clearly sensed that someone's mood was not at all as good as the weather that day. He asked doubtfully, "So what about the doctor who examines him every day?" But before he could finish his question, the other person cut him off. "Replace them all." The voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Tan Du immediately understood that something had changed. A few years ago, when Chu Trongqiu was still at Chu Corporation, Chu Zanvu still appeared very obedient to him, creating the impression of a harmonious father-son relationship. Outsiders didn't know the grievances between them, so when Chu Trongqiu was forced to leave his position, they only heard criticisms resounding from all directions. At that time, Tan Du also could not understand why a person could be so heartless towards his own biological father. Later on, hearing about the stories Chu Zanvu had experienced in his childhood, he then realized this man was still too soft-hearted. In recent years, everything proceeded peacefully, so Chu Zanvu did not at all pressure Chu Trongqiu. On the contrary, he even provided the best accommodation and treatment, hiring the most renowned doctor in Hojiang to care for him. He had always turned a blind eye to the underground forces that he secretly built, thinking that the person was about to reach the end of his life, just let him exhaust the last bit of his remaining strength. Who would have thought, in the end, he invited disaster upon himself. Working alongside Chu Zanvu for a long time, witnessing all kinds of struggles of the wealthy elite, Tan Du could only sigh one sentence: that every family also has its own suffering. Now hearing Chu Zanvu finally also wanted to take action against Chu Trongqiu, he completely supported. What about Miss Yuyan Truck? Hearing the name Chu Yuyan Truck, Chu Zanvu's eyes could not help but slightly waver. When he returned to Hojiang, in the house, only Chu Yuyan Truck alone was a daughter. The elders all regarded him as an outsider, despising him from their hearts. Only that older sister always cared for, looked after him. Perhaps, Chu Zanvu's soft-heartedness in the past was also partly because of this half-sister. Since Chu Trongqiu moved into the villa, Chu Yuyan Truck came to visit once every month. Not to mention other matters, after all, he was also her own biological father. His voice was soft yet cold, as if his vitality had vanished. I have already said, no one is permitted. The superior's order was clear. Tan Du nodded, understanding the meaning, turned around and left. Chu Zanvu stood silent. Tly alone on the open plot of land, his eyes looking towards the distant uncertainty. The world around him seemed to sink into stillness. He was like a lonely boat drifting amidst the vast lake, without a shore, without support. However, a sound echoed from behind. There was a pair of hands embracing him. As if the boat had added oars, guiding that boat back to shore. Why are you standing absent-mindedly here like that? Nghi Tu Duan wrapped her arms around his waist, leaned her head out and asked. He regained his senses, lowered his head and took her small hands, turned around and tightly embraced the girl, just thinking about a few things. His lips lightly fell upon her forehead, his voice gentle. It's cold out here, why did you come out? Saw that you two didn't come back for a long time. Nghi Tu Duan's gaze fell between his slightly furrowed brows. She raised her hand to lift his face, whispered, are you not happy? When someone pays attention to your mood subtly, you will suddenly feel vulnerable, wanting to be weak. From a young age, Chu Zanvu had lived in an environment that did not permit weakness. Everyone knew he was cold, ruthless, sometimes forgetting that he was also a human, with flesh and blood, with emotions. Just one word of gentle inquiry also made him momentarily choke up. But when he had time to react, on his face was already reflected the smile of the person in his heart. It turned out, at this moment, he was truly being loved. The company has some adders, not that my mood is not good. Not wanting her to worry, Chu Zanvu chose the way to completely hide the truth. gently led her into the house to avoid the cold wind. At that time, he had a bit of regret. If only that year he had been a bit more firm, would he now be able to live peacefully beside her? But it also could not be said for sure. Even without Chu Trongqiu, above his head still always hung countless blades. How could he dare let Nghi Tu Duan risk with him? Or perhaps, the thing that made him regret even more, was his own appearance that had pulled her into so many unpredictable storms. After lunch was done, Chu Zanvu entered the study to handle work. Nghi Tu Duan sat beside playing on her phone. Seeing anything fun, she would lean to his ear to share. He always put down his work to listen to her speak. Only until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, did he fold the laptop again. Seeing he was done with work, Nghi Tu Duan immediately climbed up to sit in his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, asking when will you return to Hojiang? He hugged her waist with one hand, asked back you want to return? The implicit meaning in his words was clear, he had followed her all the way here, moreover last night he still managed to stop her from going to the airport. As long as she wanted, wherever she went, he would also go along. Nghi Tu Duan pondered for a moment, lightly bit her lower lip. This time she returned originally with her own purpose. The matter was still not completed, she did not yet want to leave. Because the matter of her identity being revealed was too sudden, it made her miss the opportunity to meet Anne. The identity of that person was still vague. Nghi Tu Duan needed to think of another way to track down the one behind it. She gently tilted her head, suddenly remembered one thing. Previously you once said someone asked you to investigate about the car accident of my parents. Can you tell me who that person is? Just as this matter was mentioned, Chu Zanvu's gaze deepened a few shades. I have already said, this matter concerns the privacy rights of a client. I cannot tell you. Being your girlfriend, I also cannot know. Cannot. He truly looked like a very principled person. Nghi Tu Duan pretended to pout, intended to stand up and leave. The man reached out his hand, pulled her back into his embrace, coaxing softly. Are you angry? She nodded, her eyes not looking at him, but her two hands still hugged tightly his shoulders. His girlfriend was excessively lovely before, a smile very rarely appeared on Chu Zanvu's face, but now, facing Nghi Tu Duan, the corners of his mouth always couldn't help but curve up. Is there a way for my girlfriend to stop being angry? He had just finished speaking when Nghi Tu Duan almost couldn't hold back anymore. Actually, she wasn't angry to begin with. Even if she truly had any feelings, they were made to dissipate by his phrase my girlfriend. But she still tried to suppress the corners of her lips. That is something you must think about. Chu Zanvu nodded in agreement. What do you want to know? He hadn't wanted to tell Nghi Tu Duan about the matter of the accident to begin with, but she kept relentlessly questioning, and he also couldn't hide it from her for a lifetime. What he could do was perhaps tell her the truth, then let her choose by herself. Only that this truth was too cruel for her. I know what you want. Nghi Tu Duan's gaze was firm. Her attitude towards this matter had never been ambiguous before. She looked at him and sighed softly, her gaze following his every next movement. Chu Zanvu used his right hand to reopen the computer that was turned off. His expression also became serious. All the materials I researched are here. I have compiled the process and the truth into a single document. Reading all of it will take a considerable amount of time. You can go straight to the last page. He stood up, yielding the seat. Based on his understanding of Nghi Tu Duan, she certainly would not look at the result immediately. Sure enough, she took the mouse and sat down in his leather chair, her gaze not leaving the screen. In this folder alone there were more than 10 PDF files. She suddenly did not have enough courage to face it. Because during the previous investigation process, she already had a suspect. It's just that every time she faced that person, she didn't dare to believe it. She took a deep breath. Finally, she opened the first file. After handing over the position, Chu Zanvu left the study room. She sat all throughout the study room for 5 hours, no one came to disturb. The entire process, Nghi Tu Duan was completely immersed in her own world. From nervousness to anticipation, then shifted to panic. Zhou Can Wu had instructed the kitchen not to rush preparing dinner. As for himself, he always waited in the living room, waiting for Nghi Tu Duan to accept the truth, waiting for her to be ready to step out. Just past 11 o'clock at night, the surroundings were quiet to the point of frightening. It wasn't until he heard footsteps from upstairs that Zhou Can Wu then looked up towards the stairs. Nghi Tu Duan was distraught, her gaze empty. Actually, she had finished reading all the documents an hour ago, it's just that she still couldn't believe, but what occurred was entirely reasonable. Zhou Can Wu stepped up to support her, worried she would miss a step, patiently helped her down. He didn't ask how she felt, only cared about her health. Are you hungry? I'll tell the kitchen to cook something for you, okay? Nghi Tu Duan's complexion was pale white, her eyes red-rimmed, lips trembling slightly. She shook her head, her gaze looking at him, voice choked up. Zhou Can Wu. He softly replied. She still didn't want to believe, her words also grew weaker. Is your intelligence network really flawless? Is it possible you missed any details? Really cannot be someone else. Se? When she said this, her eyes were already red-rimmed. I looked at the things and sent previously, there were also many involved people, you see, how could it possibly be him? Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, tears finally also couldn't hold back but fell profusely. Zhou Can Wu felt pained, his eyes also moist, he raised his hand to hug her into his embrace, his large hand gently caressed her back. Didn't say anything. Actually, the truth of the incident was. The business empire that Nghi Tu Duan's parents had built had stirred up a great wave in the Hong Kong region, causing the upper echelons of the Xia Corporation to notice. Ta Huin invited the Nghi couple to cooperate, but after many times secretly wanting to acquire but failing, it was exactly on the Mid-Autumn Festival night that year they suffered a serious car accident. The police investigated very thoroughly, but because the car fire was too severe, they couldn't find traces of sabotage. And in that accident, Ta Huin's wife also passed away. At that time, although there were people suspecting it was caused by someone, but no one had ever suspected Ta Huin. To investigate the truth, Zhou Can Wu had spent a lot of effort and resources. He secretly met all senior members related to the incident that year, but they had all cut contact with Ta Huin a long time ago. Finally he found the person who once handled the car causing the accident, had to use quite a few measures to make the other party confess the truth. Nghi Tu Duan cried until heartbroken, as if the last bit of strength was also drained. Actually, and always intentionally released smoke screens, leading her to suspect others, but she still shrewdly grasped the important clues. From suspicion to certainty, she had never thought a gentle, close father like Ta Huin was actually the culprit murdering her own biological parents. That was the man who had loved her for 20 years. The culprit could be anyone, only could not be him. Nghi Tu Duan could not sort out her emotions herself, Zhou Can Wu could only be by her side. Time flowed into a new day, her eyes swollen red from crying too much, could not close. Zhou Can Wu still always stayed by her side, not leaving. Until she was exhausted, only then rested her head on his shoulder and fell asleep. The morning light just dawned, in her dream Nghi Tu Duan was still sobbing, her hand clutched tightly his hand whispering. Mom. Chapter 55 An. Nghi Tu Duan slept straight through until the next evening, Zhou Can Wu was still always by her side. When the truth was finally exposed, he had known in advance she would not be able to accept this outcome, therefore he had once advised her to give up the investigation. Unexpectedly she was actually so resolute. If he could not stop her then he had to hide it, but keeping it hidden forever was also not the way. Once the outcome was set, then he could only see how she chose to face it and decide. Night fell ag. Just as she opened her eyes, her vision was only full of darkness, her throat strangely dry, she wanted to say something but could not utter it into words. Her finger just lightly moved, by her ear the low voice already sounded. "You've woken up?" Zhou Can Wu lay next to her, his eyes still closed, but just as he felt a little movement, he slowly opened his eyes. "How long have I slept?" Nghi Tu Duan's voice was very hoarse. She didn't know if it was because she had slept too long or because she hadn't eaten anything all day. Her whole body had no strength left. She tried hard to snuggle into Zhou Can Wu's embrace. He reached out and hugged her tightly, her nostrils filled with the gentle fragrance from his body, as if immediately enveloped by a sense of security. The curtains were pulled shut, she couldn't clearly see how dark it already was outside. Zhou Can Wu said she had slept for an entire day, gripping her tightly in his arms, his voice also becoming hoarse. "Want to sleep more?" He was afraid she had health problems. If she still wanted to sleep more then she must try to eat something. But Nghi Tu Duan shook her head, breathing out a heavy breath. "I'm hungry now, is there anything to eat?" She could not collapse, there were still many things waiting for her to do. Actually, the outcome had been clear for a long time, it's just that she still held a faint hope, hoping that person was not him. Right from when Tahuin became her suspect, Nghi Tu Duan had resolved that regardless of who the culprit was, that person must certainly pay the price. It's just that, when she witnessed the result with her own eyes, she was still deeply pierced by a heartbreaking blow. "What do you want to eat? I'll have someone make it." Zhou Can Wu let go and stood up, putting on clothes, preparing to go downstairs. Seeing that she had calmed down, he also felt somewhat relieved. He had thought she would completely collapse because of this matter. Throughout the time she was in a daze he had thought of all sorts of ways to heal her wounds, and comfort her emotions. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated this girl. But this was precisely Nghi Tu Duan. Never before had she bowed her head before adversity, never let anyone or anything control herself. Nghi Tu Duan casually named 2 dishes, then sat up with Zhou Can Wu. Not being active all day made it difficult for her to stand up now. Her phone was on Do Not Disturb mode. As soon as she opened it, a series of unread messages appeared. Tahuin asked if she had arrived at a safe place yet. She silently stared at that gentle profile picture, 100 tangled thoughts in her heart. She sighed a very deep breath, finally only messaging back one single syllable word. Currently she still didn't know how to face the father she had been close to for 20 years. Even having reached this point, she still incessantly asked herself whether there was a possibility she had judged wrongly. In her head she reconnected all clues once again. No matter how she looked at it, Tahuin was still the only person who had the motive and truly had the act of crime. Zhou Can Wu went upstairs to call her down to eat. She then tiredly pulled back her thoughts, dragged each slow step going up the stairs. "If you don't want to stay here, tomorrow we return to Hojiang, okay?" Nghi Tu Duan walked very slowly. Zhou Can Wu took her hand, walked with her step by step. "I still have one thing to do." "What thing?" "Anne. I want to meet her." From after knowing and intentionally hid the truth from her, Nghi Tu Duan increasingly felt this person's identity had a problem. Initially only thought behind and there was someone familiar with her, then always tried to obstruct the investigation. But last time when interrogating Trong Tuesday accidentally heard a misspoken sentence, again made her associate it with one person. Early morning the next day, Nghi Tu Duan drove to Guangdong Villa. Before, when work was not busy, she often came here to find Zhang Man Na, because at home there was an older brother who absolutely disliked her. Her temperament was not easygoing, but returning home again always endured, and Zhang Man Na was precisely the only place she could pour out all her emotions. She pressed the doorbell. The old butler of the Zhang family came out to open the door. As soon as he saw her, immediately rejoiced immensely. "Little Duan has come. It's been a very long time you haven't visited." "Hello Mr. Thuong." "Ngh." Tu Duan lightly nodded her head. The butler happily invited her into the house. The villa had many servants. Seeing guests also did not particularly greet, each doing their own work. Mr. Thuong invited her to sit and wait in the living room. Na just returned not long ago, the old master still mentioned you constantly, not knowing when you would visit the house. Let me call her down. No need, Mr. Thuong, you just go do your work, I will go up myself to find her. That's fine, you two sisters just go up to the room to chat comfortably. Having said that, he turned to do his work. Nghi Tu Duan alone went upstairs. Zhang Man Na's room was located at the corner of the second floor. She was already too familiar with the way, went straight to in front of the room's door, then lightly knocked twice. Inside rang out the voice a little annoyed of a girl. Mr. Thuong, I already said I'm not eating breakfast, don't knock on the door anymore. Nghi Tu Duan suppressed a smile, knocking 2 more times. Inside, it fell completely silent. Just as she was about to knock again, the door unexpectedly swung open. I already said that. The reflexive words of reproach almost burst out of her mouth, but when she saw the person in front of her, they immediately caught in her throat. Zhang Man Na stood stunned in place, her voice softening by a few degrees. Tu Duan, why did you come here? Come in first. Zhang Man Na was still wearing thin pajamas, her hair disheveled, no longer bearing any tea. Race of the cold, arrogant young lady out there. It had been a long time since they met, and on her face, she still couldn't hide her joy. Why did you come to find me so early? Without a word, the two of them sat down together on the floor. Zhang Man Na's room was decorated very exquisitely, just like a princess' bedroom in a fairy tale. Nghi Tu Duan smiled faintly. Why don't you ask me about Hong Kong, since when? The opening remark made the smile on the other person's face freeze. 2 seconds of silence passed. Zhang Man Na feigned reproach. You finished filming, so I guessed you must be coming back soon. And yet you dare to say that, you came back and didn't even bother to tell me a word. I have something I want to ask you. The atmosphere immediately froze. Nghi Tu Duan lowered her eyes, not beating around the bush. Who is Anne? Again, it was a silence full of subtle meaning. Zhang Man Na clearly sensed that Nghi Tu Duan was very different today, and for a long time didn't know how to respond. Na. Didn't we tell each other before that we wouldn't hide anything? The gaze, cutting cold like winter frost, easily stripped bare every layer of disguise. Why must you pretend to be someone else? Why must you hinder me from investigating the truth? The early morning light outside had not yet managed to penetrate the thick curtains. The room plunged into a heavy gray hue, with only suspicion and gloom remaining. Zhang Man Na clenched her hands tightly in trepidation. She had once imagined countless scenarios for when her identity would be exposed, but had never expected it to happen in a situation like this. That's life, nothing ever unfolds exactly as desired. Life's journey is long and arduous, always fraught with twists and turns and obstacles. Tu Duan. Answer me. They still sat beside each other like in their childhood. Their faces hadn't changed too much, but their mood was vastly different from before. Zhang Man Na took a deep breath, trying to keep her composure to look into that resolute gaze. How did you know it was me? Nghi Tu Duan opened her phone, scrolling to an email she had once received. If you have a convincing reason, I will only then consider meeting. That was Anna's reply when she had proposed a meeting. If not for that person unconsciously imitating it exactly later on, then perhaps she wouldn't have thought of Zhang Man Na. Everything seemed like a coincidence, but it was also a fatal flaw. Habits can be a springboard, but also a crack that cannot be hidden. At first I thought you and Anne were two different people. I told myself it was perhaps because Anne had been with you too long, so she had unconsciously learned your way of speaking. But beside you, there couldn't be a second person who could imitate that habit. She said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. For Nghi Tu Duan knew well, she was Zhang Man Na's only friend. The one who could be affected by that habit, must certainly have been together long. Enough. But Zhang Man Na was an extremely emotionally sensitive person. She only dedicated her complete sincerity and affection to one person, and that was Nghi Tu Duan. It was also because she considered her the only close friend, hoping that she would also be the same with her. Therefore, every time Nghi Tu Duan had new friends, Zhang Man Na would always be tense and uneasy. Zhang Man Na's eyes suddenly reddened, not because of shame at being exposed, but because someone understood her to that extent, even more profoundly than family. "I'm sorry." She mumbled an apology, but when she saw the other person disappointedly shake her head, she completely collapsed. The sound of choked sobs echoed in the large room. For the first time, in such a situation, Nghi Tu Duan did not have any reaction. Zhang Man Na thought, she must have truly been disappointed in her now. But if she were to choose again, she would still choose the path of deception, preventing Nghi Tu Duan from investigating the truth. Nghi Tu Duan calmly raised her hand, gently wiping away the tear on her cheek, her voice unruffled. "I just want to know why you had to expend such great effort to do this." Obstructing her investigation, step by step. Over a decade of friendship, Zhang Man Na could not do that without a reason. When Nghi Tu Duan mentioned investigating her parents' accident, Zhang Man Na was even a strong supporter, even actively helping to plan. Unexpectedly, behind her back, she was the setting up countless obstacles. Waiting until she calmed down, Nghi Tu Duan then continued to ask. "Now, can you tell me yet?" Zhang Man Na's face was full of shame at this moment. She only felt like fleeing. But things had already come to this point, she no longer had any reason to hide. The room was silent for a very long time. Nghi Tu Duan also did not urge her, only waiting for her to sort out her own emotions. "Initially, when you said you wanted to investigate, I truly did not intend to obstruct. At that time, I even secretly asked others to help." Zhang Man Na began to narrate, her voice gentle, carrying both torment and internal struggle in her heart. "That name and is actually real. She is a very skilled detective. I found her on the dark web to ask for an investigation, and the result was also very quick. She truly did uncover the truth. I'm sure you know already. At that time, I was stunned for a very long time. I also once suspected she had investigated wrongly, but I had confirmed it again many times. Finally, I bought Anna's identity outright, and all the events after that, you already know. I re-edited the entire investigation file and then sent it to you. I know this will hurt you severely. If you truly find the culprit, you certainly won't let it rest. But Tu Duan, you grew up safe and happy under Mr. Ta's care. After all, he is your father, and you are living very well now, aren't you? I don't want the past to make you fall into darkness once more." She said it with all sincerity. As a close friend, she clearly understood the pain Nghi Tu Duan had experienced, and even less did she want her to lose her current peaceful life. But deep down, there was also her own selfishness. "Moreover, how Brother AP Tri has treated you throughout all these years, I know all of it. If the truth is exposed, not only you, he also won't be able to accept it. When he knows his biological father is the one who harmed and killed his mother, and then he himself unintentionally hurt an innocent person like you for all these years, he will collapse." Nghi Tu Duan calmly observed, listening to every single word, all under the guise of "for you and for Ta AP Tri." But those reasons could not justify all that she had done. "But you also cannot decide for me." Anyway, she also had the right to know the truth. As for the rest, whether to confront or to forgive, both were her choice. Zhang Man Na knew she was wrong, bowed her head and apologized with difficulty. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Tears fell again, soaking the carpet fibers, making the threads tangle and mat together. Nghi Tu Duan stood up, went to the coffee table, pulled out 2 tissues and gave them to her. Her voice carried no warmth at all. "Thank you for all that you have done." Chapter 56. Do you want me to go with you? Nghi Tu Duan did not blame Zhang Man Na for the things she had done previously, but she also did not approve at all. Standing from the perspective of a friend, she was grateful because Zhang Man Na had thought for her from many aspects. But as the daughter of that couple, she could not abandon her own principles for the sake of kindness. Right from the moment she resolved to investigate the truth, she had sworn to make the real perpetrator pay the price. Leaving Phuong Da Villa, Nghi Tu Duan returned to Tam Tui Bay. Chu Zhenvu was waiting for her at home to eat lunch together. When she stepped through the door, the man was sitting alone on the sofa reading a book, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, seemingly not noticing she had returned. Nghi Tu Duan stepped softly closer, quietly gazing at him for a long time from the side. Sure enough, this man, looked at from any angle, had nothing to fault. For some reason, every time she saw him wearing glasses, she would feel an ineffable charm. Unlike the last time she met him in Hozhong, when he wore a stiff suit carrying a serious appearance, this time he only wore simple home clothes, wearing a pair of glasses with an intellectual look, yet it still made people want to pounce on him and hug him. She looked on mesmerized, to the point that when Chu Zhenvu turned back and called, she still hadn't reacted. He called out, seeing her dazed, worried that something was wrong with her. He hurriedly put the book down and then stepped to her side. "What's wrong, my love?" The words came out naturally in Cantonese, his voice low and slightly hoarse. Nghi Tu Duan aced her head, the corners of her lips curved up, her voice soft and slow. "Let's go back to Hozhong this afternoon." Chu Zhenvu raised his hand, using one finger to gently push the spectacle frame off the bridge of his nose, the movement fluid and natural. He wrapped his arm around her waist, the two bodies pressed close together, and asked Il Tel Tan Du to book tickets. He didn't ask the reason, didn't ask the purpose, all her actions he supported and was willing to go along with. "Is Dao Du doing well at home alone?" "Very well." In Chu Zhenvu's house, there was nothing that needed special care, except for Tu Dao. It could be said that Tu Dao at home was even more blissful than its owner. She didn't know how long these peaceful and warm days would last. Nghi Tu Duan leaned into his embrace, obedient like a little cat that had just been caressed. He lowered his head and kissed the top of her head, silently hoping time would slow down a little. Tan Du acted very quickly. Having just finished handling Chu Trongqiu's matter yesterday, today he had blocked everyone who wanted to go up the mountain. In the afternoon, Chu Zhenvu had just gotten off the plane when he received a series of messages and missed calls. Among them, the name that appeared most frequently was Chu Yuyan Truck. This situation had already been within his expectations, even arriving later than he had thought. Just as he turned on his phone, Chu Yuyan Truck's phone called again. At that time, he was holding Nghi Tu Duan's hand, walking out from the VIP exit, waiting until they got into the car and settled down. He then slowly picked up the call. It wasn't clear what the other party said, only that he responded in a deep voice that is what he deserved to receive. Nghi Tu Duan guessed it was Chu Yuyan Truck's call, thinking it was just a family matter, so she didn't pay attention, just kept her head down replying to a few work messages. Recently, a TV series about to be aired had been scheduled. Hong Kong films and mainland films had different marketing approaches, not needing to go everywhere to promote, but Nghi Tu Duan's influence was very great, so later she would certainly have to participate in some promotional activities. Ho Lu was discussing with her about event invitations. The film crew also very much hoped she would participate in more programs to help promote the film. However, she is not the female lead, so she also does not need to exert all effort in promotion. She herself also does not have enough strength to do that. Nghi Tu Duan by nature did not like socializing. The number of times she participated in variety shows could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Wanting to meet her at events was also a rare occurrence. Award ceremonies, if she did not have enough confidence to win an award, she absolutely would not waste time going to be a backdrop. Silent Wind Week had just been acquired. Ho Lu still acted as her manager, but the person behind now was Chu Yuyan Truck. From above, there will no longer be anyone forcing her to participate in programs that she did not want anymore. However, every time there was an invitation letter from programs, Hoalo would all forward to her to see, for her to decide herself. Currently, her reputation in the mainland was increasingly high, drawing in many programs and advertisements contacting her, but most of them she was not interested in. A few days ago, Hoalo sent her an invitation letter to attend a commercial gala. She had refused. But today Hoalo forwarded it again one more time. Nghi Tu Duan had not asked yet, the other party had already spoken up herself to explain first. This event has several big directors attending, it seems organized by a Hong Kong person. You can consider a little, who knows, you might get to know someone who later takes on a mainstream film or a movie to upgrade your position. The time is tomorrow evening. If you want to go, I will tell the studio to help choose a dress. Don't want to go is also fine, now you are also not a small-timer anymore, resources are also sufficient, it's just a matter of sooner or later winning an award. Perhaps because of the previous incident related to the threatening article, between the two of them tension had rarely arisen, for the most part it was only work exchanges. Hoalo also felt apologetic, so after the company announced being acquired, she always tried to compensate. Nghi Tu Duan also did not want to be too tense with her. After thinking carefully, she then messaged to ask Hoalo for the guest list for tomorrow. Less than a minute later, the chat window immediately displayed a picture which was the provisional guest list publicly released by the organizers. She opened it to glance through. At the top were the names of several elite figures in the business world. Nghi Tu Duan's gaze immediately caught a familiar name. She involuntarily turned to look at the person beside her who had just finished a phone call, raised her phone in front of him, asked, "You will also attend this event?" Zhou Wu looked over, his gaze stopped on the content in the photo, mused for a few seconds, then subtly nodded because this time's host was a businessman from Hong Kong, also considered Zhou Wu's friend. Before, these kinds of events he would all refuse, but this time because there was a bit of acquaintanceship, he then accepted the invitation. "What's wrong?" he asked. Nghi Tu Duan thought for a moment, then smiled. "Do you want me to go with you?" As soon as he heard that, Zhou Wu immediately guessed she also most likely received an invitation letter. His eyebrows slightly raised, he smiled and replied, "I don't mind publicly announcing our relationship in front of the public." Such public activities like this, if the two of them appeared together in the same frame, it was very easy to become a topic of discussion. The matter of whether to publicly announce the relationship or not was originally not very important to both of them, but because Nghi Tu Duan was someone active in the entertainment industry, for her, this matter was more harmful than beneficial. She was in a phase of her career rising high, and Zhou Wu was not an ordinary person. If news of their relationship was spread out to social media, it would surely be full of doubts and criticisms, rather than blessings. After Zhou Wu's words, the car compartment immediately fell into silence. Clearly, Nghi Tu Duan also understood this principle well. Previously, having been scared by dating rumors, she had once thought about this issue. When beside her a man with higher status and position appeared, then all her value and meaning seemed to be immediately denied, becoming not worth a penny. Sensing her loss, the man's large hand gently squeezed her hand. "It's okay, if you truly want to go, then let Jai Li go with you. Tomorrow night we will not have any contact." Nghi Tu Duan sighed softly. Actually, she also did not have too great an interest in that party. It's just that, except for the Grace Gala last time, she had never appeared with Zhou Wu at any public event. She very much wanted to know how Zhou Wu would look in such a social place. But thinking carefully again, a person like him, no matter where, is always the center surrounded by people. Why would he need to go socialize himself? He only needed to sit there, and countless individuals seeking to flatter him would immediately flock to his side. After a moment's thought, she also began to hesitate about whether she should go or not. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. "Come with me, and by the way, I'll introduce a friend to you." Hearing that, Nghi Tu Duan's eyes immediately lit up. "A friend?" "Yes, perhaps you've met them before." She subtly arched her brow, nodded in acknowledgement, then returned to message Hoalu, agreeing to attend. It could also be seen as giving the other party a way to back down. If they kept being cold and indifferent like this, working together later would likely not be smooth. On the way back to Duman Villa, she clearly hadn't been here many times, and it had only been a few days since she left, yet there was a feeling of distance as if it had been a very long time. As soon as the door opened, Daodu seemed to have heard the stirring from early on, crouching in front of the door, waiting. As soon as it saw the person, it immediately pounced. Nghi Tu Duan was startled by its enthusiasm, retreating continuously, directly bumping into Chu Zanvu's embrace. The man reached out a hand to embrace her, then in a cold voice, barked at the overly excited Daodu. "Daodu, sit down." The snow-white dog was very obedient to him. As soon as it heard the command, it immediately obediently retreated 2 steps, then sat down, its pinkish tongue tip sticking out, breathing out puffs of white smoke. "Were you bumped anywhere?" Chu Zanvu lowered his head to look at the person in Nghi's embrace, his voice gentle. Nghi Tu Duan shook her head, then bent down to gently stroke Daodu's head. Inside the house, a sound suddenly rang out. The two people's gazes, not by prior arrangement, simultaneously looked towards that direction. "Why are you back so fast?" Chu Yuyantruk stepped out from inside, her tone of voice calm. It had been a long time since they last met. Nghi Tu Duan politely called out, "Sister Yuyantruk." Her gaze swept over the other's exposed fair and delicate wrist, where the jadeite bracelet she had meticulously chosen was being worn. Chu Yuyantruk gently nodded at her, a little surprised to see Nghi Tu Duan appear, but did not show it. The matter of her and Chu Zanvu being together, besides Tandu and Din Din, no one else had been informed, so Chu Yuyantruk temporarily still did not know. But seeing the current situation, she could roughly guess somewhat. "I have something I want to say to Zanvu." Chu Zanvu's voice went cold. "Go up to the study." He did not want to discuss this matter in front of Nghi Tu Duan. If possible, he hoped that she would not be involved with Chu Tronquio at all in this entire life. He lowered his head and instructed the person in his heart. "You play with Daodu for a moment, I will come down right away." Nghi Tu Duan obediently nodded, standing there watching the two people go upstairs. The brother and sister stepped into the study one after another. Chu Zanvu closed the door, hearing Chu Yuyantruk in front "SK. Are you and Tu Duan currently seeing each other?" Chu Yuyantruk lightly smiled. "Also good. It was originally a matter within expectation. Let's get to the main point." Chu Yuyantruk turned to look at him, not beating around the bush. "Why did you suddenly seal off the villa? Do you intend to let him die there?" Her meaning referred precisely to Chu Tronquio. "That place was originally the grave that I had prepared in advance for him. But he is your biological father." Chu Yuyantruk could not understand why her younger brother would suddenly make such a decision. Although she knew Chu Tronquio had done many things wrong to him, but after all, he was still his biological father. Previously, he had never wanted to pursue to the bitter end. She had once thought he would live out the rest of his life peacefully. Unexpectedly, Chu Zanvu suddenly made a move. It must be that something had angered him. Almost immediately, she thought of a possibility, trying to probe. "Is it related to Nghi Tu Duan?" Chu Zanvu did not answer, as if tacitly admitting it. Chu Yuyantruk understood, letting out a cold snort. "Unexpectedly, you are so deeply infatuated." There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. For a woman, he could actually drive his own biological father to death. Chu Zanvu took out a cigarette from the table, his face completely without a trace of emotion, quietly lit it. Thick smoke billowed out, making his eyebrows even more cold and contemptuous. "It seems I haven't done anything to him yet. He only ordered to cut off Chu Tronquio's contact with the outside world, yet he was blamed for being cruel to his biological father, as if he had become an utterly unfilial person. What you're doing is no different from killing him. Zhou Can Wu held the cigarette between his fingers, lightly flicking the ash. Medicine and food are all still according to the old standards, besides not letting you meet him. Have I cut his arteries yet? Zhou Yuan fell silent. It was true that he hadn't really done anything at all. But in her fixed impression, Zhou Can Wu was someone who never showed mercy to Zhou Trongqiu. She unconsciously became sensitive to his every action. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yuan lowered her voice and asked, "Can you guarantee he will die a natural death?" Zhou Can Wu replied, "Impossible." If he truly dared to reach out and touch Nghi Tu Duan, Zhou Can Wu would certainly not let it go. All those past debts also had to be settled at the same time. Chapter 57 Saliva. Recently the temperature in Hozhong had somewhat warmed up, but still only hovered around the 0°C mark. Nghi Tu Duan wore a thick coat, bringing along Dao Du out to the yard to play frisbee. The small dog had not been able to run and jump to its heart's content for several days. Nghi Tu Duan's strength also could not compare with it. Unsure how long the sisters upstairs had talked, only saw when Zhou Yuan walked out her face carried a surge of anger. Nghi Tu Duan's greeting also did not receive a reply. It was heard that after Min Hong was demoted, the old master of the Min family had confined him, not allowing anyone to mention the matter of his affair. For such large families, face was even more important than anything. To prevent the divorce, even if Zhou Yuan demanded 20 of the company's shares, he did not hesitate to agree. The Min family's wind had changed. Min Deep, who historically never usually stayed at home, this period was present at the villa every day. Company matters, he and his grandfather together handled, while Min Hong almost vanished from the world. Outside, people rumored the two brothers of the Min family were vying for assets. If not, why were the company's recent activities led by the second son who was originally good for nothing? Like a family member, wherever he went people only highly praised Min Hong, because he was polite, composed, and acted appropriately. Even if there was a rumor of him having an affair, there were still people speaking up. Could it be that there's some hidden truth? Min Deep had been accustomed to hearing such words since he was young. Even though currently no one highly praised him, he still would try his best to help the family overcome difficulties. When Zhou Can Wu came downstairs, Nghi Tu Duan was curled up on the sofa, staring blankly into the corner of the wall. He walked behind her, gently asking, "What are you thinking, dear?" Nghi Tu Duan turned her head, muttering, "Lately it seems I haven't seen Min Deep anymore. Are you and he still okay?" The man behind her had an indifferent expression, silently nodding. At this moment mentioning Min Deep, surely in her heart there was something. Although Tam Jiali had moved out of the Min family's villa, she still knew many things. Many pieces of information all came from her. Between them always existed a tacit understanding. Even without saying a word, he also knew what she was thinking. After Min Ao Group was heavily divested, the old man of the Min family immediately helped Min Deep up to replace the position. He believed Zhou Can Wu was a person who valued loyalty and righteousness, perhaps because of old feelings he would go easy. But he still underestimated him. Zhou Can Wu could climb to today's position, then absolutely would not allow such softness to exist. After Min Deep took over the company, the group still did not recover much, even being tightly held in Chu Corporation's hand. There was once during a direct activity, Zhou Can Wu and Min Deep met. The two people who were once brothers through life and death, now standing on two battle lines, again became strangers like outsiders. Because of that matter, the old man even made Min Deep kneel in punishment all night in the study. With these two grandsons he was truly disappointed, every day fearing the Min family's legacy would perish in their hands. Nghi Tu Duan stood up, walked around the sofa, taking his hand very seriously. "Zhou Can Wu, I know you are shouldering many burdens. If alone you cannot bear it, then don't try to force it anymore." Amidst this chaotic world, only he was always alone, yet he was the strongest person. If one day this world collapses, don't push me away, okay? She looked straight into his eyes, saying firmly. As if intuition told him, that if something truly happened, the first person and also the only way he wanted to protect, was to push her far away. But she wanted to let him know, he was not alone at all. Because of love, they must face the storm together. Even if everyone shunned him, she would certainly stand by his side, shielding him with an umbrella. Nghi Tu Duan gently leaned into his embrace. Beside her ear was the sound of his strongly beating heart. Zhou Can Wu lowered his voice, his palm embracing her shoulder. He softly chuckled. Are you lost in thought just because you're thinking about these things? She shook her head, not answering. Seeing the evasion in his eyes, her heart felt even more pained. Emotions suddenly slumped. Zhou Can Wu couldn't bear to let her be sad, stroking her hair, coaxing. Why are you suddenly so emotional? Don't be sad anymore, the world will still be good, it won't collapse. Are you hungry yet? What do you want to eat tonight? Nghi Tu Duan softly chuckled. Never mind. This man was originally used to living alone. Sometimes, her being by his side might become a burden. She shook her head, forcing herself not to think anymore, leaving his embrace, intending to go find Dou Du to play. Just as she turned her head, before she even had a chance to step away, her wrist was pulled by a strong force, making her fall into his embrace again. Before she could ask anything, her lips, just parted, were immediately blocked. Very quickly, the man inserted his tongue, both sucking and gently biting. One hand held the back of her neck, the force not strong but enough to make her unable to escape. Nghi Tu Duan initially struggled a few times, but his breath was too intense, making her gradually calm down. Her lips were pressed tightly, she gradually lost the power to resist, letting him wantonly devour her. A current of numb sensation rushed straight to her brain, making her entire body go soft. Her knees felt like jelly. She wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head back trying to catch a breath. Not long after they parted, before she even had a chance to breathe, she was caught by him again. Her limbs were tired, her waist was held tightly by his arm so she wouldn't fall, her eyes were covered with a layer of mist, softly letting out a faint moan. He thus wrapped around her, kissing her for a very long time before finally letting go. Zhou Can Wu buried his head into the hollow of her neck, his hot, wet lips kissed her soft skin again, his Adam's apple moved, his voice hoarse. I won't push you away, don't be angry anymore, okay? Beside her ear was the heavy breathing of his, Nghi Tu Duan's heart pounded, hearing his hoarse voice sincerely express, she softly nodded in his arms. The man sat up, his palms cupped her face, seeing her eyes glistening with tears, he again lowered his head and gently kissed her. The two people hugged each other tightly, as if even if the world collapsed, they would not let go. The commercial party at Changdao this time invited elites from many different circles. On the nominated guest list, Zhou Can Wu stood first. This event also had many reporters attending. It was said that it was a boss from Hong Kong organizing it to expand the market in the mainland. Before Nghi Tu Duan went out, Zhou Can Wu was done changing into his suit. His tall figure stood in front of the ice-cold mirror, his shirt collar buttoned up to the top button. He bowed his head to adjust his cuffs, the slanting light shone on him, further highlighting his strong physique. She silently looked at him, her eyes full of infatuation. The man looked up from the mirror, caught the girl's sparkling bright eyes, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Drool there. Nghi Tu Duan was startled, hastily reached out her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. Her fingers were dry, she angrily glared at him. You wicked man. Where am I wicked? He smiled as he turned around, the lights converged entirely on him, as if he was born to be the center of all gazes. Nghi Tu Duan blushed, immediately turned away, no longer looking at him. The sound of footsteps me closer, her waist was held tightly by a force, it was his hand. I told Tan Du to take you to Jai Li's place, then the two of you go to the main hall together. Nghi Tu Duan thought for a moment then said I can go by myself. Tan Du is the person who follows him closely, she couldn't let Zhou Can Wu go alone. Moreover, if they were photographed, the news would be sensational. Zhou Can Wu thought for a moment, then also didn't object, nodded as if agreeing. Remember to be careful on the way. The two people attended a party together, yet couldn't walk in hand, even had to pretend to be strangers amidst all the gazes. Thinking about it, it also felt quite kchthch. Both of them were intimate for a while at home, until Zhou Can Wu's phone rang, then they were pulled out of their reverie. Tan Du was waiting outside the house, asking him when they would depart. At that time, the two of them were still intimate on the bed. Zhou Can Wu's newly worn suit had been crumpled until wrinkled. He let out a sigh, said coming right out. Turning his head, he looked at the person next to him who was still flushed red from the lingering effects. He bent down and gently kissed her lips. It's time to go. Nghi Tu Duan softly let out a groan, almost making Zhou Can Wu have the idea to make the whole world wait indefinitely. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, only then did he reluctantly suppress his HMMN. Before getting into the car, Zhou Can Wu was still adjusting the wrinkled creases of his suit. Tan Du, seeing his complexion was somewhat gloomy, then asked tentatively, did you not sleep well? Zhou Can Wu's sharp cold gaze shot over. Right at that moment Tan Du understood immediately he had misspoken, knew better and shut his mouth. The two people did not go straight to the hall but arranged to meet two partners first to discuss the project, then go together afterwards. As for Nghi Tu Duan, she drove herself to Tam Jai Li's place. The studio did not know about her personal life, so she did not let them deliver the evening gown to Du Man Villa but told them to send it to Tam Jai Li's house. Since after the film wrapped up, this was the first time the two people attended an event together, surely they could not avoid camera lenses and gossip. After moving out of the Min family's house, Tam Jia Li had once intended to return to live at the Tam family's house, but that place did not bring a feeling of family. Finally she resolutely moved out to live alone, bought a penthouse apartment in the city center, enjoying her single time. The two girls together did their hair and makeup in the room, while doing makeup and chatting idly. Brother Can Wu also attended this party. Aren't the two of you afraid of being discovered by the media? Tam Jai Li asked while lining her eyes and pouting her lips. Nghi Tu Duan did her makeup very quickly, because she was naturally beautiful, so only needed a light foundation application. A sweep of powder was enough to attract all gazes. She sat next to her and said, we have separate schedules. At the party there will be no interaction at all. Furthermore, I also don't mind publicizing this matter. If possible, I wouldn't want to hide it like this. Keeping a secret is truly very difficult, especially when millions of pairs of eyes are watching, requiring an extremely firm will. Tam Jai Li quickly completed her makeup, shook her head and said, I think it's better not to publicize it. This era is not at all friendly to women. Especially between her and Zhou Can Wu, belonging to two different social strata. If the matter were exposed, people would only say she was climbing high. But it's okay, I'm shielding the two of you already, just feel at ease and love. After applying lipstick, she turned her head and winked at Nghi Tu Duan in the mirror. Her confident, lovely smile was strangely adorable. That was truly the case. All entertainment news related to Zhou Can Wu online were all linked to Tam Jai Li. Thanks to her relationship with the Min family, Tam Jai Li almost became the default girlfriend in the eyes of the public. However, public opinion scolding Tam Jai Li was still considerable. Chu Corporation domestically had reached a leading position. Anyone standing beside Zhou Can Wu would also be criticized. Nghi Tu Duan reached out her hand, smoothed out the tangled strands of hair behind her head. It's been tough for you. This remark was not exactly due to gratitude or compunction, but because she was also someone in the entertainment industry, deeply understood how vicious rumors could be, how cruel to a girl. She did not at all feel relieved because someone was bearing the criticism in her stead, on the contrary, felt more heartache. Girls are the most wonderful creatures in the world, and she always hoped all the girls in the world would be treated kindly. Tam Jai Li smiled looking at her. In her eyes there was a touch of clarity making others admire her. Having been in this industry for so long yet still able to keep a kind and sincere heart, was truly rare. Nghi Tu Duan pinched her cheek, dotingly said, "Let's go, it's almost time already." Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale.